I don't know what time this stream or this V Omega Lil D is making it into your feed, but for me it's early morning. So bear with me if the energy levels aren't super high. The subject matter, at least at the beginning of today's stream, is also not necessarily going to be something that's going to get me in a chipper tune. So that's something that we're going to be dealing with today. We're going to be talking about that horrific conversation that I had with Steven the other day. Some changes that are going to kind of come as partially a result of that and partially a result of, I think, what's been a long time coming with some of the content and the nature of it the last, I don't know, a month, a year, maybe. And then we have a very, very, very major thing that I want to share with you guys. And I think you guys will enjoy that. So we're kind of going to be all over the place. I need to get the latter or the former done very quickly so that we can do the latter on time, because I am working with a time constraint here to do that final announcement. So it'll be a brief stream, hopefully. We'll just go through those. There's no like content that we're watching today. There's no video games or just chatting thing. That's basically it. So hopefully the stream will be short. I'm going to play some music for y'all while I take care of just a couple more things in the background, and then we'll get into it. Wow, look at that. That would be from, oh, Doobie. 13 months, goddamn. Good to have you, buddy. For the people who have been supporting for a long time, you know, I think this will be something that quite a few people will be happy to have heard. And if you missed the last YouTube video, maybe you could watch that while you're waiting, because that last YouTube video, it came from a time before the Steven conversation happened, but a lot of, oh wow, look at that. Metal Gear Muffin, thank you. Good to see you too. A lot of what's covered in that last YouTube video is actually something that will be kind of repeated here. So if you missed that, that might be worthwhile, that last Life Smarts video. Anywho, I'm gonna play some music, fix some things in the background. We'll be back in a bit, and then we'll get through this. It'll be quick. wasn't on while I was pooping, right? I certainly hope not. That would be awkward. Hi. I'm wearing a hoodie because if you get Booksmarts out of bed too early, his blood hasn't quite start pumping yet, so his body temperature is like 15 degrees lower than it needs to be. I am tired, and I speak in the third person if you wake me up too early. I hope everybody is doing well. One thing that I don't like about when, when we get into like issues with other communities, particularly with DGG, and this is something I think I DM'd like a bunch of people about on the day of, like, I just hope that it doesn't get a lot of people who like me, or who want to, or feel the need to make clear that they like me or want to defend me, in the aftermath. I just hope it doesn't bring them too much trouble. I hope it's like not, mendokusai, because, sometimes it can be, and sometimes you guys could get caught in the crossfire, and I don't think that's like super chill. But that being said, probably best that I give some address on my own channel about that conversation. You don't know what I'm talking about, there's a timestamp link to the VOD in my Discord. We don't try and hide stuff as far as like bad conversations with Steven or something like that. So it's there. If you go to the announcements channel, you can see that along with anything else that happens on the channel. So if I go live, there's an automatic announcement that'll be launched there. I'm sure an insignificant number of you are from there now, as well as YouTube videos. We've released 2 YouTube videos since the last time that I've been live. I took some time off to make sure that like I had a kind of, that I had a good way of responding to what happened. And part of responding to what happened is some community changes, which I wanted to make sure were all lined up before I went live again. And all of this is unfortunately coinciding with a date that we had already been working on for a major announcement for you guys, and a huge project, which we'll talk about after. So I guess to TLDR, the Destiny conversation, there were some... I initially went on because there were like 2 main clips. There was a clip where the question was raised kind of about, why is it that Booksmarts doesn't stream all the time kind of deal? And the answer is Booksmarts waits. Booksmarts streams, but Booksmarts hates streaming. So he basically streams long enough to get a big donation, and then he fucks off for, however long he can survive off of those donations. And then he comes crawling back when he needs more money. That's, if you follow the channel, or especially, I think, and it would be more trustworthy, if you know me in real life, you know that that's not really the case. There are times where I will take like several days off or something, or maybe a week off for like mental health or something, because I'm like losing it, and it's not fun for anybody on stream if, that's reflected in the stream. But like, the huge hiatuses are generally, lately at least, related to internet. So the very first place that I stayed in Mexico, they said that they had stable internet, the speeds looked good, and then I get there and that's not really the case. Our upload speeds dropped like crazy. It was all over the place. We didn't have power for like, I think it was like a day or 2 while I was there as well. Like, that place sucked. We also didn't have hot water for days, which is not anything related to stream, but should give you some indication of what was going on with that last place. So I had to leave early. I had to negotiate a whole refund thing with Airbnb and whatever. And then coming to this next place, I really had to make sure that they had internet, and then I did. And then again, it didn't matter because the way this place was operating was off of like a SIM card in a plug-in Huawei router that was god awful, and it was just not good for streaming. And then there's a whole negotiation period with the host and putting fire under their ass to like get a proper, internet connection installed. And that took a while. And then once it was done, it's like, all right, go time. Let's do streams. And we did back to back streams. On top of that, I tried doing IRL. I tried, getting the cab to the border and crossing it and going all the way up to San Diego and doing some IRL stuff, you know? So like, it's not that I'm not streaming because, you know, whatever, but you guys know that. So it was mostly about like, well, anybody that listened to that clip from Steven or was live with Steven at that time was getting some like misinformation that's probably not great. And then the other thing was he was watching a clip of me that was not good. And so I wanted to correct that one as well. And so I went on, addressed the first thing about the reason why I'm on hiatus. I don't like, you know, rake Steven over coals about it or whatever either. Cause it's like, you know, that the way he phrases it is like, oh, I don't know, but I've read on my Reddit that, and then repeat all that stuff. And it's like, okay, well, that's probably not good to do, but you know, I'm not going to, you know, hold his feet to the fire over that. I know that Steven isn't out to get me or spread rumors or anything like that. So I don't, whatever. Then we get into my stuff and it's handled very, very differently, which like, I won't talk about like, kind of, my thoughts and feelings initially about that, too much, but like, you know, clearly after the way that I handled the first thing, I wasn't felt like it was fair, treated very fairly. The assumption that I'm lying or that I have some other secret reasoning that I'm hiding from people about like the Twitter ban thing or about, the being with him at dinner thing or about being anxious about that. Like, all that was upsetting. It was upsetting to see that people think that I'm like, clout sharking or you know, trying to like stir up drama or some shit. Like I don't know if you like the really difficult thing is the people that like talk to me behind the scenes and understand how things come up on the stream, or the people who watch all the time are definitely not the audience for trying to like talk to about why some of these things aren't the case, right? It's really sad to me that I can't even talk to Steven about it or get past this wall of like uncharitability either. But you know what? I think other people are correct in saying that like if his only exposure to my content really is these bad clips, and all these people are going after him right now and he just got banned and, you know, all this other stuff, then I don't think it's unreasonable for him to jump to these conclusions about me. You know, I would certainly wish that he would look back on like the broader context of everything that, you know, I've done in my coverage of him, or the broader context of like our personal relationship, you know, but it didn't happen. So that is what it is. So that's kind of my POV and a TLDR of, you know, what happened there. It didn't look good. You know, obviously I have to walk back hyperbolic statements and stuff like that. Like if I said something like, you know, and this came up in the conversation, I haven't watched I don't think that you've had good content for like 2 years. Obviously I've enjoyed some bit of his content the last 2 years. That's hyperbolic, but like, that's also not a defense. So a huge part of like what we're going to do moving forward, especially when we talk about other streamers or we are covering review content, is a return to form. We're going to just really try and be careful about the things that we're saying and really respect the fact that any bit of it could be clipped out of context. It doesn't, or even clipped within context. It could just be a mean thing that was said, and no amount of like defense for him or his community is going to outweigh that. No amount of like, oh, but the coverage was largely about this would save me from any kind of bad clip. You know, like the same lack of charitability that is afforded to other people about clips is going to be what happens to me about clips, you know? So it's about making the clips not happen, which is something that ironically we've talked a lot about on the stream about, right? That's a huge part of the rhetoric advice steps. So what I mean by return to form is I think the very, very early reviews, we were much more careful about this. And then I became more candid and more open to hyperbole and more open to jokes and more open to, you know, leaning into all these sorts of things. And, you know, the reality is that none of that is doing any good for us or for the channel or for, you know, the relationships with these people. So that's something I'm going to cut back on, right? If we're going to be doing a review about something, it's going to be nuts and bolts. I'm not going to answer every question. I'm not going to like, give the most open, loose-lipped take about anything. I'm going to really try to be measured in the things that I say. And if, I think that I'm very, very lucky to have a lot of intelligent people behind the scenes who I've been able to kind of work through this with, and who have been, willing to hold me accountable about a lot of this, because it's not good. And I'm going to stick to exactly what I said on Steven's stream. Like, I concede on a lot of that stuff. When I said that, I don't think he's had any good content in 2 years, like, oh, well, shit. Yeah, that's obviously not something that I believe. So, like, I'm going to immediately walk that back. Like, okay, well, I don't believe that. And same with a bunch of the clips. Like, okay, well, like, if this is the way that we're connecting those statements about his Twitter ban, that's not really the way I'm connecting them in my brain, whether you believe me or not, right? So, I'm sticking by a lot of what was said there. But talking to people behind the scenes, I've realized one thing in particular that I think is helpful is I need to only say the things that I'm willing to verbally defend. That means being a lot more careful about what's being said during reviews or what's said about other streamers just during the stream in general. And as the review guy, I think I've had the idea that I don't have to defend those things all of the time, or that we're commentary and it's free flowing, but that's not the case. What I need to do is I need to approach things the same way Relly or Supreme or these other people who are much more careful than myself approach things. I think it's better to, say the things that I know I could defend. Because like, it's just a matter of time before your number is pulled and you're the person that has to defend some shitty thing that you said that you're not ready to defend at all. And I think for other content creators, we see that happen a lot more often, right? I think that when we look to somebody maybe like Demon Mama, there's a lot of hyperbolic things that are said and crazy positions that are put out there. And this is somebody who consistently gets that card pulled and is embarrassed by it, like, more often than not, So in this comparison to Demon Mama that was made in private, I think kind of helped highlight that for me. But I don't want that to be the nature of the stream. I don't want to just say stupid shit waiting for my card to get pulled and then look like an idiot, right? I want to really fix that ratio of what's going out that is defensible and what's going out that is like hyperbolic or whatever. And ideally, there should be a 0 on that right side of that ratio. There should not be anything that is like uber hyperbolic or whatever. And the only person that can come back on that is me. So there's a lot of changes to the reviews that are going to happen. I'm going to make sure that if we do like a proper review, that this is something that I've vetted and that I've already gone through and taken notes on. I have my central thesis, I have my main points, I have my evidence to support them, and I'm probably going to stick within the bounds of those things. So if I'm asked about a particular point or perspective that I have not prepped to defend, or I have not prepped necessarily to attack, then I'm going to be much more wary about responding to those sorts of things. And beyond that, I am going to pay more attention to where the conversation is at and try to work within the boundaries of that. So if it's 99% of people are like anti-person A in a conversation between person A and person B, then that's what I have to work with, I think a big problem that we've had is this idea of counter jerking, is this idea of like, well, if this one person is getting ganged up and bullied on, the first thought in my mind is like, well, I don't need to be another person to gang up and bully on this person. So the very first thing I'm going to do, especially if I'm doing a review, is to try and look at it from that person's perspective, because I think that's going to bring us like the most results that are going to be different from other people's coverage of it. And it may bring about new conclusions about the conversation that other people don't have. And in a lot of ways, that ends up being that I look like the defense attorney for this person, or I look like I believe in the things that they're saying, or that I think that the things that they're saying have more merit than what their opposition is saying. And those are all huge problems. I think that something that actually Steven does well, that I need to, also do, is really communicate where I'm at in how far I believe, person A in this case. So I think that Stephen will sometimes give the defenses that people give, and he'll say it this way. He'll say, now, it's possible that XYZ, But I don't believe that. I think it's ABC, and I think it's ABC because of this, this, and this. I think XYZ isn't possible because of this, this, and this. Now, it's possible. It's definitely possible that XYZ happen. You know, I think that those kinds of like tonal indicators to you guys are going to be more helpful to realize like, oh, it's not that like, for instance, Booksmarts is agreeing with Demon Mama in this conversation or thinks that Demon Mama did better. It's that he's putting forward a devil's advocate for Demon Mama, and then proceeding with whatever I think the positives of that devil's advocacy could be, and then moving back to what my position is. And I think just in general, I think this has been the most convincing thing so far, that I just don't want to be the dude that has to be your defense. I don't want to be the dude who has to like go out of his way to try and be empathetic to positions that nobody else is being empathetic about. And for some of you, that was a huge reason why you like the stream, and I understand that. For some of you, what was refreshing is to see somebody give the other side a fair shake when maybe they watch a bunch of streams that already know, hey, everybody already believes this thing, so I'm going to make a lot of jokes about this thing because I know for sure that people believe it. You know, we try not to do that on the show. And from now on, I'm going to stop, you know, that I think it results in some of the worst clips of me. I think it results in a lot of people hating me. And frankly, if we look at and we keep within the example of Demon Mama, it's not like it buys me any sympathy or any brownie points necessarily with the audience of people who I'm trying to defend, or I'm trying to help in a way that I don't think other people are helping, right? Like, so there's no point to it, and it just makes more people upset, and I think it actually detracts from like the value of these reviews and stuff. So I've made the executive decision that I'm not going to do that anymore. We will talk about their position and what could be the pros and cons after me thinking about it, but we'll do it in the way that I described earlier, where it's clear what I think the conclusion is in spite of whatever this person is saying. So that's a major change. There's not going to be alcohol or drugs involved with the creation of reviews. That may seem like an obvious thing, but when you don't enjoy these conversations, when you want to get through them and be funny and loose and whatever else, you know, like that's a helpful thing. But I think it also is part of what results in some of these not so great moments, and it's an obvious thing to cut out, so that's being cut out as well. There's going to be two kinds of reviews on the channel moving forward. There is going to be the really, really formal one where I did all the prep and whatever, and that's going to have its own video on YouTube and yada, yada, yada. And then there is going to be when it's passive and in the background. And when it's passive in the background, I'm going to try to be especially careful about what it is that I say about it. What you're going to see this on moving forward might be like drawing streams. If you guys want to have a debate on in the background drawing streams, we could have it on there. I might engage with it at a few different points, but I'm going to try to be really careful about any time that we are ingesting something raw, because that's going to be when like emotions flare and stuff as well. And then we get hyperbolic clips that are no good. So that I'm working on as well. And I think, because I do have bullet points in here to make sure that I hit everything. So quite to be transparent with you. I hope I've covered this overcorrection thing enough for you guys, because I think that this is a fair point that Steven brings up and other people bring up, that up until now I've just considered to be a stylistic difference. Like, okay, well, my brand is about being more fair to these people. And something that I don't think I bring up enough, but is actually the most compelling reason to why this kind of like defense of other people and stuff is happening, is my personal beliefs about, like, I guess you could call it religious beliefs, perhaps. Like, I am convinced that at some point I'm going to have to live through the lives of other people. And if I was in the shoes of the person who everybody's rallying against, I would like a proper, fair defense for me. I would like a proper, fair evaluation of what happened in the conversation. I would like someone to not just take the fact that everybody didn't like me in that conversation and then dogpile on me, right? And I think to an extent that applies to Steven as well. You know, Steven's probably not liking that I contribute and I say, well, you know, if he's banned off of Twitter, I would be happy about that. I don't think he should be on Twitter. I don't think it's controversial to say that for a gazillion different reasons. The TOS being the best argumentative reason, I think, but there are also reasons in terms of what he's putting out on Twitter, right? And again, what he's putting out on Twitter, for me, it didn't matter if it breaks the TOS or whatever. It's generally not good. I think it's generally better for him and for people on Twitter for his stuff to not be posted on Twitter. It has nothing to do with breaking TOS or whether it would be just, all the same points that applied from that conversation that we had still apply here. But, you know, that's another example of that. So, yeah, you know, I still do feel all that. It is going to feel bad if I have to review a conversation where I'm going to have to jump on and, you know, continue to make that person's life not fun. Like, you know, Reddit's not fun for me right now. I can't look at all that stuff because it's all uber negative about me. And it's not the first time that's happened. So, you know, I have a lot of sympathy for people, even if they made stupid arguments, even if they made a buffoon out of themselves. I feel bad for them that they did it on the internet and that they did it in this space. And now this is the reality of their engagement on the internet. And it might be for a long time to come. It might be that they jump in a Twitch chat, you know, a year from the date of whatever it is that they fucked up on. And that's still how people remember them. And that's to me, that's a very sad thing, right? Whether you agree with that person or not, that's a sad thing to have happen to you. So I have a lot of sympathy and empathy for that. Yeah, like I'm still going to have all that, but it cannot come at the cost of like the same thing happening to me. It cannot come at the cost of like the integrity of a review, you know, so that is what it is. I think that's most of what I wanted to cover here. There's one other point. Two. Number one, in case this wasn't already clear, I don't hate Steven, okay? There's a bunch of people who think that, like, secretly in my head, what I'm hiding from you is that I hate Steven. No. A lot of the frustration that you're seeing in conversations about him is often coming from frustrations about his community and the way that maybe they will hand wave issues that come up about his content or about his conduct or about his rhetoric. You know, the kind of vehement defense of him, regardless of the situation or how in the right or in the wrong he is. It feels to me that a lot of the time, or at least from my interactions with people in my own chat, and seeing how his chat responds to stuff, there is not a lot given to the other side when he's speaking with people. DGG can be very, very rude when somebody else is on, especially if they disagree with them. The kinds of jokes that they're making about people can be very rude, right? The things that they're saying can be very rude. And it's not necessarily fair to Steven, but like a lot of that frustration then could get taken out on him when we're covering content about his, or when we're covering arguments he's putting forward or things like that. You know, and a lot of that frustration again is with that community. I don't think it's a lot of the time with Steven. I have a lot of respect for Steven. I think people that watch the stream for a long time know that. I have a lot of respect for him. He is one of, if not for many of you, the best debater in the space, right? I have inordinate amounts of respect for him. I like him as like a friend. I wish we could be friends, but I understand, you know, his situation with friendships and friends and, you know, the complicated definitions that are involved in that and whatever. So, you know, I get all that, but, you know, I don't hate Steven. I'm not like clout sharking off of Steven. I'm not like a lot, like, I saw some things from the Reddit. Supreme kept me off of Reddit for the most part, but I saw some stuff, and it's disheartening to see that, because it's like, oh, okay, so all the work that I did about the dude and most of our coverage doesn't matter. Like, these people, I would hope, haven't seen it, because if they have, and they've 180'd because of this conversation, that's really sad to me. Or the attack on me for like the walkback of statements. Like, if I said something that was hyperbolic and that I don't believe in when I look at it, like I'm gonna be forthcoming and tell you, right? There might be the tiniest bit of kicking and screaming on the way out, but I will concede it. Like, and that's been something that has happened, I think, every time I've gotten something wrong in a debate or a conversation, and particularly when Steven brings it up to me, because Steven is somebody that I respect. Same with Wicked Supreme, or with I'm Really Important or Irrelevant. I think a lot of the time when they bring something up to me that is like a solid point and whatever, I try to make it a point to like concede on that as quickly as I can, like chill out and see that, right? You're not going to see concessions like that from people like Demon Mama. I don't think you see concessions like that often from people like Vosh. But this is not something that's brought up in the discussions about that. Instead, it's like, let's jump on this dude for walking that shit back, because he says shit on purpose to get on Steven's stream, and then walks it back instantly when he gets on the stream and looks like a dumb fuck and whatever. Like, what a stupid fucking business plan that would be, given the kind of work that I do with the reviews. Like, a lot of these things just don't even make sense when you really think about them. Like, what is the reality of that statement? Do you really think that that's how I would want to advertise my channel? Do you really think that that's smart? Do you really think that that's like what I'm going for? Oh no, well, you're fucking stupid, so maybe you would do that. I don't know. There's just a lot of things said that are like, they don't make a ton of sense if you were to independently think about it, or there's a lot of things that are said that you just know are not true, that my friends know are not true, that a lot of my viewers know are not true. But a non-insignificant portion of Reddit or the DGG community thinks are true, and that's disheartening, right? I'm the one that gives them the clips to do it with, and so I'm going to focus on what I have control over there and try and make sure that that stuff doesn't happen anymore. So that is my whole spiel about this. I think I've covered everything I need to cover. I'll look to the chat just for a little bit here, and then I kind of want to move on to some larger announcements that have to do in part with this situation, because there are some other changes coming to the channel, not just in the form of what it is that we're covering, but also in the form of, other things. We'll talk about it. You're cute. Thanks. I'm happy you think that, when I just woke up and crawled out of bed like a goblin. I think they're young and new to GGG, so they're just trying to get their feelings out. Maybe. And I can understand being frustrated. If that's your only exposure to me, it could be frustrating. I would encourage you to think about the, whatchamacallit, when you're conceding things and stuff like that, and really think about, if you want to encourage people to continue to concede on stuff and not fight tooth and nail and argue or avoid debates and stuff like that, how can you get people and encourage them to do that? Like, one thing I really love about Supreme is, and you may hate this about Supreme, I don't know, he is critical of Hassan not having on experts, Hassan not doing good with, the level of clout in of, the size of his platform and stuff like this, or giving back. And so anytime that Hassan does, anytime it comes onto Supreme's desk that like, oh, hey, look, Hassan had on this expert. Oh, look, hey, Hassan maybe did this thing for charity or gave his platform to somebody who had some really important things to say. Supreme is one of the people who will then jump on Twitter and like praise him for it, and praise him for it on his stream, and bring it up the next time it comes up. Because what Supreme wants to do is encourage the behavior that he is criticizing isn't existing. So if part of your criticism about this space is that people don't concede, people don't admit when they're wrong, people continue to persist in thoughts that you feel like have been adequately like fought against or whatever, I think you need to think about how you treat the people that do that. I'm not going to be dissuaded from continuing to concede on arguments and stuff like that. I think that's like a core tenet of my engagement on here and my engagement in real life. And so it's something I'm going to continue to do. But for other people, it could be very easy to make them not want to engage at all anymore, or make them not want to treat you fairly anymore, or treat your creator fairly anymore, or listen anymore. And so, you know, it's not something that impacts me, but it's something to think about. How do you treat the people that are following the things that you want them to do, right? It's a huge part of why, like, when we're covering the Fnatic panel, if I gave Fnatic a bunch of criticisms about his moderation abilities on the last panel, or Dylan Burns on his panels, I really want to highlight when I think they're doing a good job. And that goes the same for a debater. If I say, this debater is not doing this here, that's not good, and then they do the thing that I wanted them to do, I want to make sure that that praise is, you know, outspoken, and, you know, is something that, you know, is given the due weight that it should have. You know, so when in orbit, this person is cool. DGG loves them. The minute they say anything out of line, fuck this person. They have always been trash. I don't know if it's that simple. I think for some people in the DGG community, sure, it might be that simple, but I don't think it's that simple for all of them. I think actually what happens is a lot of people have their own headcanon about what some of the characters in the DGG universe are like or whatever. Like maybe they believe Dan and they like to think that Booksmarts is a snake and he's an advanced level Clout shark or something, and, you know, he's just trying to scam this or whatever. So the moment that I give them any kind of fodder for that, they're gonna jump on it, and then it's fun for them and whatever. And everybody treats, I think a lot of people, I should say, again, I have to be very, very careful. I think a lot of people treat this stuff as just like, you know, dramatic entertainment, where like we're characters in a TV show, and so whoever they've labeled the antagonist or a secret antagonist or whatever, when that person takes off their mask and shows their true face or something like that, people are gonna jump on it and they're gonna, you know, validate the narrative they already have, and I think that's part of this too. It wasn't a good look from the hour I've seen, but it's good to see you talk and be honest. Yeah. And that's something I saw commented on the last video that we put out on the YouTube too. Like, you know, for better or worse, I'm happy that you're honest about stuff. Honest if you're not having a good time. Honest if, you know, you put on the spot and shown something that was, you know, one way or the other. Yeah. So, you know, maybe that's a saving grace a little bit. Let me get a napkin. I have to spit. Ugh. Sorry, we have a lot of pollution in Tijuana, and I've been doing more walks and stuff as I've been thinking about what to do and whatnot, so I have a bunch of like phlegm and shit in my throat. I see the game you're playing killed me inside. Yeah, man, like, again, I want to kind of focus on what went wrong and what we're fixing, but like, at a personal level, it feels really bad to be in front of thousands of people with a dude who I'm thinking I'm chill with and stuff like that. But, you know, based on the clips, it's probably not going to be the case. But like, he doesn't believe me. It's like a Mr. Girl moment. Like, oh, well, if you just think that I'm lying, what do I say? You know, like, I don't think you believe that. Like, okay, I'll take a moment here to like try and evaluate, like, do I not believe in this thing? But, you know, when I'm being like pretty forthcoming about stuff, it's like, okay, well, what do I do here? You know, that's it honestly. And I talked more with my friends in private about this, and Steven didn't know this prior to it, but like, it's actually something that like, from when I was a kid, I've had to like work on in therapy and stuff, is like, when people don't believe me and I know that I'm telling the truth, it is one of the most frustrating things in the world. Because it's like, I feel so stuck and like so small, and it's like inescapable. And when it's like in front of like thousands of people, like that feels bad, man. You know. So it makes things hard. I can't hang around and chat, but I do believe you have a valid point of the Destiny Twitter ban. You just presented it poorly. All right, fair enough. Bookie, imagine if instead of having two eyes, you had a network of photon detectors. Okay. What are these? I'm going to try to find ones that are relevant. I will pre-read these. Yeah, I hope it has a positive effect on me too. You have complex feelings on it as a DGGer. That's totally fine.
I found myself disagreeing with you sometimes, but I've never felt like you're acting in bad faith. I'm happy you think so. I don't think a lot of people would agree with you, but I mean, like, I will say it's not that I don't ever argue in bad faith. Like, I think funnily enough, if you look at the conversation that one of these clips came from where I'm talking with Hans, I'm bad faith with Hans the entire time. I'm only there to dunk on Hans and to like, whatever. I'm not taking that conversation uber seriously. I'm not being charitable to Hans or anything like that. So like the same way I want you guys to be careful and forthcoming in your defenses of Steven, be careful and forthcoming in your defenses of me too. Take one out of my book. Let my lessons be something that you guys can take something from. Like, it's not that I'm never bad faith. There are debates and conversations where I certainly am bad faith. It's just that the example with Steven, I wouldn't say is one of them. I'm trying to be really earnest in that conversation. And it's, it is what it is. The people complaining about you walking stuff back was annoying. Would be nice to actually let people be wrong. Sure. But, another frustration that I see, and this is to give some, credits to the other side here, because they're not here to defend themselves, is if your exposure to me is I constantly am coming on for clips and having to walk them back or whatever, then you could begin to paint your picture a very negative view of me. Now, granted, these are clips, and they're individual points from a larger body of content about something. I'm not often there, with the exception of the D-Mom versus Hans thing, to defend the larger body of like coverage about something. It's often I'm here to defend this one individual point or this one individual clip that was taken, from this larger body of content. Ever consider the Vosh Fortress tactic? Cleanse the filthy DGG stands and keep things in-house between you and the 5 people left over? No, although... Yeah, we'll see when we talk about the community stuff. Want to talk about trans sports? No. Politics is boring without Destiny. Hassan is cringe. D-Mum is annoying. Vosh is the free version of Minecraft on the iPod. Jesus Christ. Let's see here. I'm trying to see if there's any like questions or anything I should respond to. I need to hurry because we have to do something else here. Turn your super chat notifications on, you handsome devil. No, I mean, first of all, they're not off. I just don't know why Streamlabs isn't doing the alerts, but I think that works out for the best for this stream. You're making things worse when you keep saying maybe DGG just doesn't like me because Dan told them to. Oh God, how do I respond to this in a safe way? So that's not the only thing that I said. It is one of many things. For some people, I'm saying if your only exposure to me is these clips and me walking them back, if your only exposure to me is through this Dan thing and you find that to be an interesting narrative, if you treat this stuff like reality television, there is a non-insignificant number of people for whom that is the case. Is that all of DGG? No. And I want to make it clear. I'm not saying that's about all of DGG, right? Like, they can have genuine issues. Like I already said, like if you are putting these pieces together and you think that I hate Steven, you're going to respond in a particular way, as if somebody hated Steven. It was a backstabber to Steven, right? But when you look through some of those threads like I did, and you see Dan is right, Dan is right, Dan is right, repeated so many times, I actually don't think that it is bad to bring that up. I don't think it's conspiratorial to bring that up. I think that's something I see reflected in the Reddit comments, and that is the reason why I'm bringing it up. It's not some narrative that I am injecting here. So I actually think it's very fair to bring that up. Now, that's not to say it's for everybody, but it was repeated enough on the Reddit that I'm going to bring that up and address that as well, syntax. So I hope you think that's fair. But, I'm giving a pretty wide swath of reasons why people might have a problem with stuff. I think people assume you're not being honest about your problems with Destiny because it doesn't benefit you to express them. Sure. And again, this is something where, like, if somebody watches the stream for long enough, they're going to know that, like, there are problems, as Steven mentioned, all the time on the stream. Even personal problems, like that one clip that I did not back down from about feeling uncomfortable with him in public. I think I'm pretty forthcoming about problems I have with Steven that do me no good to bring up. it does me no good to bring up that stuff, right? Like, unless you think I'm doing it for drama baiting or for clip baiting or something like that, then of course maybe it does. Maybe there are uber duper secret problems that I could not, finagle into some clip that benefits me or causes drama or something. But I'm not sure how to respond to that. I find it weird how everyone is harping on that he can travel a lot, so how can he say he's broke? It's clear they don't watch anything of yours nor have any experience in life at all. If you spend your money on travel, it's not too hard if you got a decent passport. Yeah. And to kind of address that, maybe I should put out a video on how to travel and stuff. But like I've said before, every time anybody asks me how do I afford to travel or whatever, my response is often travel has to be your priority and all of your money has to go into travel. That means you don't get an apartment somewhere that you're wasting your money on every single month. You don't get a car that you're spending insurance on and paying off every month. You don't get a bunch of shit. You don't get to have a home base. You don't get to have like a super big wardrobe of clothes. You don't get to have a lot of things to own because you're going to have to travel with all of it. It has to fit into a suitcase. You don't want to be checking 3 bags onto a plane every time you fly, right? So I think a lot of people would be surprised the amount of income that I'm managing this all off of. It's not like it's a ton of money. It's not like I'm making bank and that's the reason why I could travel all the time. It's because I take months out of the year to live in a place like Tijuana that I'm able to afford to travel all the time. It's because I will take a month to like live in a room in Garden Grove that I am taking so long. It's because I will really look for cheap deals on Airbnb like what we did in Romania. That's the reason, it's because I coordinate with viewers to stay at their place for free or reduced rent, right? There's a lot of things that I do as cost saving measures to try and afford this. And it's not like I'm rich or something. If you have negative things to say about Steven, that's fine. Just be willing to defend them and justify your position. Yeah, and that's part of the message moving forward. Consider talking to people off stream then. I don't know if that's like the takeaway here. How is DGG uniquely mean or rude? I think I've already kind of explained this. And it's not to say, I didn't say that they're like uniquely mean or rude. I'm simply talking about this one community. You know what? You can put on, and I'll go to the exact other side of the aisle because maybe this will help you guys to hear. You go to Vosh, you look at Vosh's chat when he talks to somebody. Depending on who it is that he's talking to, that chat is not going to be very nice. Go to D-Mama's chat. You're going to have some crazy shit going on. You go to Chud Logic's chat. You're going to have some crazy shit going on. This is, I'm not saying this is like, oh my goodness, oh DGG, they're so unique. Oh my goodness, they're so uniquely bad. You just don't see this anywhere else on Twitter. Like that's not what I'm saying. Right? Or Twitch or whatever. You don't see us on Twitch. It's not necessarily unique to them. That's not really the point. Is the straight edge Booksmarts arc permanent? It's not that it's straight edge for everything. I'm still gonna drink and do drawing streams probably or other kinds of fun stuff. It's just that that doesn't have a place in reviews. God, I'm far behind on this chat. Do you read YouTube chat or primarily Twitch chat? I read both at the same time, and I don't look at the emblems next to the names. So I'm only looking for things that are adding me, and I'm scrolling. We could always talk about this in another stream, just because I am on a time crunch. I have like 20 minutes left with the person that I need to talk to. I don't think you hate Steven. I think you just said some shit and didn't think about how bad it sounded, and it hurt Steven. That's it. Yeah, that's a fair summation in my opinion. Although it misses nuance, I'm sure some people that are unhappy with me would want in there. I like Destiny, but he was 1,000% exaggerating on your characterization of the restaurant thing. I got what you meant. The entire time his context wouldn't have changed your concern about it. His context wouldn't have changed my concern about it. However, I think this exaggerating thing, and this is a good example of when do I feel the need to concede? If two people in a 3-person conversation are telling me that, hey, when you said this is how I interpreted that. Whether I agree or disagree with what they're saying, for the sake of the conversation and stuff moving forward, I have to accept that to some extent, okay, what I said was interpreted this way by these folks, and I'm going to need to confront that. And that they are not the only people that told me that. As I spoke with other people in private had a similar characterization of the event in their brain based on what I said, you know. So I'm not delusional about that. When I said it, and even looking back on it, that's not the interpretation that I have, but that doesn't mean that everybody is wrong. It certainly doesn't mean that I'm right, right? There are plenty of other things I've said and done in life where I'm like, oh, I don't think that's that big of a deal to point out. I don't think you should get butthurt over this thing that I said. But if 80% of people I talk to tell me, hey, yeah, that does sound offensive, or hey, yeah, that is something that I would interpret this way, I have to yield to that, you know, like, oh, okay, I should have said it differently then, you know, like, granted, I think that some people are unreasonable in the way that they wanted me to reword that. Like, why didn't you include that he's talking to Afro Subby about this benign topic? Like, I don't know what I don't even know who he's talking to necessarily. Like, these aren't details that are in the forefront of my mind when I'm telling this story. These are things that are revealed to me or highlighted to me after. These aren't things that, like, I remember from that. Nor do they necessarily change the point of what, you know, but it's whatever. We've already been through this a gazillion times. All right. I found it funny when I heard that Reddit was saying you fake your internet uploads. Like, oh yeah, I'm sure Book wants to act like his stream is crashing for a couple of hours. I didn't read this on the Reddit, but that's hilarious to me. Yeah, no. And again, this is something where, like, I can appeal to people that know me in real life. But, you know, it's not going to help you guys at all. But, like, yeah, I also can't play games as Supreme or watch his stream. I also can't, you know, hang out with Luxifer. I can't do a lot of shit because of these stupid fucking internet problems. I'm spending hours at a fucking cafe every day because I have to, like, go out of the house to download fucking anime so that I could have something to watch. Like, I'm living in the fucking dark ages out here. Like, I'm constantly, like, updating my friends in my Discord with what the speeds are at every day, and we're literally less than, like, a megabyte a second. It's ridiculous. And it's frustrating. And it's coming in a period of momentum where it's like, oh, I'm really enjoying streaming here, and then fucking boom. I'm not the one being shit on, so I can't be telling you to keep doing something that hurts you, but I really think you walking back / making concessions is a positive about you. Well, I'm happy you think so. I feel like Destiny is on edge. He's been backstabbed so many times by friends that 1 or 2 clips where he feels attacked is enough for him to think it's another backstabber. It's understandable to a degree, but it does not give you the credit you deserve. There's way more history between you two than those stupid clips. It's not like you constantly hate on Destiny in your streams. Quite the opposite. Yeah. And in my mind, like, he can always talk with me about this stuff. I'm on here to talk about this stuff. But the talking doesn't help if I'm already not believed from the beginning of the talking. So it's, you know, I think it makes a difference, but it doesn't make a difference in the practical application of it. Have you thought of letting Steven bite you live on stream and convert you to his bloodline? I should consider it, you know, but of course I'm always afraid of meeting up with Steven in person. No, yeah, maybe I should consider letting him bite me. That's something I should think about. Maybe we'll plan a trip to Miami. Ideological and argumentative consistency are good things. Keep it up. If you're wrong, then admitting it is fine. I think it leads to much better conversations overall, at least in my opinion. Cool. Chad with the Dr. K thing was one, but now the combo with Destiny, those are a lot of nails, buddy. I think I just need time. Time to heal, because you hurt me, Bucky boy. You hurt me! Okay, Negative Queen. I'm sorry. Nastiness from this smog. I don't think you meant that, but I think you had a point. Okay, I'm not going to have it back and forth with you, Wolf, again. I'm just trying to field question. Holy shit, we only have 15 more minutes. Okay, I'm going to... we're all done. We're all done with this. We're moving on to a new segment, okay? And I'm going to have to reorder things here because we only have so much time with our fella. Did I give who the heads up? No. No. I don't know what this is about. Okay, I should probably just call this person. I should probably just call him right now. No big. Okay, cool. I'm gonna call him. I'm calling. I assume he's all. Oh, okay. Never mind. I need to delay. I'm delaying very smoothly. Okay, so I want to talk about some community stuff, and this has to do with this Steven thing in part, but this has been a long time coming. We need to change the ratio of content on this channel. I want the ratio to be changed to be a lot more of solo stuff. I want us to do stuff that is not involved with the Twitch politics community for a gazillion reasons. First and foremost, I don't enjoy doing it. And when I make content that I don't enjoy doing, you guys aren't going to enjoy watching it. It is not fun for you guys, for most of you at least, to watch me suffer and to watch me make a buffoon out of myself because I'm not enjoying whatever it is that I'm doing in the moment. It's actually been a reason that a lot of people have left the community because they're sick of it. Either they don't want to see me sad and doing something I don't want to do, or it takes away from the value of the content that they initially liked. It's not the same if I'm doing it and I'm not enjoying it. You know, it doesn't mean we're not doing debate reviews anymore. To be clear, that is not what I'm saying. We are going to keep doing debate reviews, okay? But they're going to be very carefully done. They're going to be things that I prep in advance and I put in the work, even if I don't want to do it. And for that reason, we are going to focus in debate reviews on conversations I find personally interesting. I think all of our best debate reviews and the ones that I've been interested in continuing work on have been debate reviews where I watch the debate and I go, oh, I have a central thesis in mind for this, and I want to show people that. And all of those, in my opinion, looking back, have been like good debate streams. So that's what we're going to do moving forward. And to be clear to the Destiny people, it's not that we're not going to be selecting Destiny content anymore either. I'm not saying Destiny content is off of is off the menu either. That's not a solution that I think is like reasonable given the Destiny thing. But I want to focus on conversations where I see if there's something that could be said, or I see a person that I could help. You know, like for instance, Not So Erudite. I like Not So Erudite. I think she's cool. I think that she is a good voice to have in the space. I think that I think that she could use some help with a little bit of advice here and there stylistically and some things that can make her conversations go smoother. And I think we could do that. And I think maybe finding more examples of content creators that, counterpoints. We should be covering more counterpoint stuff. Counterpoints does incredible things with this channel. He has a whole Discord dedicated to like creating mutual aid across the country, or maybe even across the globe. I'm not sure on the scope of that. Counterpoints is somebody who is good in debate. Somebody maybe I should highlight a debate from, right? Like I want to focus on things that I think are good, or things that I already have a message that I want to share. And it's a matter of like putting it together with the right quotes and stuff. And so that's what we'll be doing. It's not going to be like, oh, this is the most popular thing, so I'm going to do it. We're not going to do that. Maybe those popular things could be on in the background during a drawing stream or something like that. But that is what it is. We're going to be doing a lot more solo stuff. I'm going to be bringing back some segments that maybe you guys really liked. Number one among those, and this is probably going to be a sub or dono goal on every stream that I do, because I think it would make a good goal. Look through r/change my view or r/am I the asshole. That last one in particular, I think is really, really good for stream, and it fits with what we do. Let's look at what this person is putting forward. Let's look at the arguments of the people in comments that think one way or the other, and let's go through those. They change all the time, every day, so we'll have new posts if we really want them. And I think they're really interesting to look at. Change my view too. Like, what is it that got the person to award somebody the delta, to say, hey, you successfully changed my view with this remark? And I think that it is a situation that is much more conducive to changing your mind than Twitch politics would be, right? A lot of the time in politics or debate, you are picking a position and you are meant to adamantly defend that position. If you start losing, but you're there to defend it. So like the Spartans, you're going to go down the last man, okay? Whereas in Change My View, you're already entering into the discussion willing to change your mind on a topic, and that's how that goes. Okay. So the person is ready to talk. We're going to talk about that, and then we're going to jump back into community stuff, okay? Because huge announcement. All right. Joining me today is Tico. So you guys could refer to him as Tico. And we're going to be going through BGG. Tico is a part of the design team and is going to help me go through some layouts of the BGG website and some questions. And we're going to try to be careful with the kinds of comments that we're trying to field from you guys, and be specific about the things that we want to hear back from you on. And Tico is here to help me with that. Hi, Tico.
How's it going? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sweet. Hi everyone. I'm a designer. I'm here to help Books on some stuff. I'm just gonna like run through a spiel. We only have like 10 minutes. Books, you want me to share my screen, or are you pulling it up?
Yeah, you could share.
Okay. Dude. All right.
Let me pop this out and show non-video participants. Okay, I think this should be one sec.
So while Books is working on things, I'll just like run through the spiel. Basically, feedback is awesome. For the most part, I know all of you. This is the internet, so not all feedback is awesome. Good feedback is awesome. So we like, for the normal thing to say is like, tell us anything you're thinking about, anything you'd feel like sharing, because generally we're trying to understand how you're feeling, how things make you feel, and everything. But again, this is the internet, and you guys are all it's probably safe to assume that you guys have a little bit of asshole in you, so filtering. But what you're looking at is some stuff that we've been working on for DGG. Right now, we're just looking at the landing page. There's a whole bunch of other stuff to bring up in the future, but we're hoping to get your feedback on some landing page layouts that we've been working on. So to jump over to the let's start from one of the beginnings. We were looking at two layouts to how to construct a criticism. Yeah, that's the right word. Two layouts for the website, looking into different things, where we're trying to, this is the landing page. The amount of content on the page is specific to like what Books is trying to put together. So we have YouTube videos that Books works on. We have merch that he potentially sells, and his social media stuff, and all these different posts that he may or may not want to do. This is the wireframing view. I thought it might be interesting to show you guys this, but like, there are certain things that we want to do for it. So as a lo-fi, so other disclaimer message, this stuff is rough. There might be things that move around. There might be things that are like not stylistically consistent. We're just trying to get an idea of or display an idea of how things may or may not look. So things like, okay, this is a video that we have in the background of Books. When you come onto the website, if Books is live, you would see him in the background. That would be a way to link you into the website, to clue you in that, hey, this is something that you want to interact with that. This is also style or version 1. We're going to call this version 1. So for this one, like I said, we have the merch here on the bottom, we have the YouTube videos, and we have posts here on the right-hand side. If he's online, he's in the background. If he's offline, he's not in the background. You can jump to his calendar. For the most part, that is the Sleeping Books video is hilarious too. Like this is how he started his last stream. So it was really great to actually get a gif of this. So that's 1, and I'm rushing because I only have like 5 more minutes, so we'll come back to 1 in a second. For version B, pretty sure I just said 1, but for version B, we're going with a slightly different layout. For this one, we are trying to fill in more of the screen. It's a little less artistic, I guess, in that we're using all the space that's on the screen, right? Here we have the Books is in the background. Books is like the major aspect thing here, but like the content that you'd be interacting with is the stuff on the right-hand side. For flow B or 2, we're filling up the whole screen. As what this looks like, we're cutting out the background image. We still have that same when you log on, he's still the predominant view here. If he's offline, this GIF wouldn't be playing. There'd probably be something else. But if he's online, we would still have the same join the stream. We still have the same links to all of his different YouTube videos here on the bottom. We have merch on the right hand side, different posts and things. And one feature that this has that is not in the other is something that we were mostly recently talking about, where there is a functionality in there's functionality on BGG where someone made a plugin that allows you to switch between different channels. It would be cool that if we could do something similar here, where if he's offline, we can have that same channel switcher thing here, where you could tab, or not tab, but like click the arrows to see other things people are watching. More on that later as we actually like explore it. But I'm on YouTube, so unfortunately I don't get to see all. If I'm looking at Books' stream, I see everything that people are saying. But questions, comments, concerns, what do you guys think of the different layouts of designs and everything? And keeping in mind that certain things, aspects of this might change or be improved. Like, for example, this one, you see recent posts here. We probably want to do the same thing here where we're titling the sections. But anyways, like comments, concerns, stuff. The wireframe for option 2 is ugly, but this is cleaner. Cool. I agree. We're liking option 2. We're getting a lot of option 2s.
Yeah. And I think option 1 is definitely prettier. It's definitely more like aesthetically pleasing. Although to navigate it may be a little bit more unintuitive for some people. And I think that that's the main trade-off there. Whereas the second one may be a little bit uglier, but it's going to be more intuitive for people. And I think behind the scenes, that's kind of what we've been talking about with those two designs as well.
Yeah, one of the chief concerns that, like, from a design perspective that I have on this is like, okay, this is great at this screen resolution, right? As the window gets bigger or smaller, like how does that affect things? What moves in which places? Do we show everything? I don't know, like if people would ever look on this on their mobile phones, and that's actually a question that's out there for you guys. Do you guys get on BGG or any of the other GG sites on your mobile device? But like that's one of the things. Like this is we haven't done the responsiveness for the different layouts yet. So we haven't explored the complete responsiveness. We're really just getting okay, which general direction are you guys interested in? But if it seems like predominantly I'm seeing option 2 is getting a lot more love. I saw a couple people saying option 1 is good, or one other person at least that said option 1 is good, but I'm seeing like 5 or 6 people saying option 2 is better. Yeah, DGG isn't fun to use on mobile. I don't get on DGG mobile, but I don't know how it works. Inside every person there are 2 wolves except for Booksmarts. He has an additional wolf for other reasons. Cool. The merch t-shirt could alternate to see more merch as a slideshow if you have a hover over it. Oh, that's a interesting suggestion. From a user experience perspective, it's generally terrible to see something, to have those carousels moving. No one asked, so I'll try to keep this short, but it's bad because it's distracting. Like most of you guys are already looking at this because it's moving. But if I were to make this a solid color, the question that I would ask, okay, what is the first thing that your eyes go to? If nothing is moving, the first thing your eyes is going to go to are things that are visually distinct. So you'll probably jump to the channel switcher name, then look down at the Booksmart stuff because there's a whole bunch of like yellow here. Then you'll start like exploring a little bit. But if this was moving, your eyes would immediately snap to this every time it moves. And there's also other issues with it, like that are accessibility issues. So like people who are visually impaired or are navigating the website, trying to navigate the website while blind, so they're using the tab to index around things. If this is changing every time outside of their control, it's extremely frustrating to use. Bookie's feet. Yeah, so we want to avoid using a carousel that moves on its own. There might be the same thing we have up here where you can move it manually. We might do something like that too, but we're exploring right now. Just dropped in what's going on. YouTube eyes can't go towards bookies. Yeah. I think whichever option presents the most opportunity for switching tabs is superior. I enjoy my mouse. Yeah, so general feedback that we're getting, B is more appreciated. The designs need to be refined a little bit, but we're liking what we're seeing. Yeah?
Seems like it. There's
Here's
not
the
a lot
corners.
of, wow, that's Uggers. Why did you try and recreate the wheel? Which is good.
Absolutely. All right. I have to dip. Books, I'm gonna leave the rest follow up to you. But yeah, I look forward to talking to you guys again in the future at some point.
Cool. This won't be the last we hear from Tico. Have a good rest of your day. I'll talk to you later.
Yep. Catch you guys later.
All right. So that was Tico. Tico is a member of our design team. He's been super handy and helpful. Everybody on the BGG team has. We initially thought that we might want to use this opportunity to plug and try and get more developers on the project. But here's the thing. If you do want to help develop, if that was an exciting thing to you, we may still need people to help us with the chat. The chat is a huge undertaking that we're going to have to be working on, as are some other integrations related to moderation, related to our Shopify stuff and whatever. That there's still a bunch of different components of the website that we're working on. All of that is already laid out. We have different phases of the booksmarts.gg plan, and in these different phases, we have different kinds of core functionality that are going to be done. We have an idea already in our mind of what the minimum viable product is before we launch it. Prior to that, we're going to be doing some A/B testing with specific members of the community. So if that's something that you'd like to be a part of, hold your horses. We'll get there. I'll ask you guys. Believe me, I like sharing what's going on with BGG because I think that it's something you guys have heard about for a long time. It's something that you guys has been in the ether of the Booksmarts world for a while, and maybe on the Twitch world for a while. And there are some doubters. I've seen some doubters. I don't think he's making a website. That guy's been talking about a website an awful long time, and I haven't seen a goddamn thing. So part of this is to silence the non-believers. And another part of this is if you would like to be a developer, if you want to consider helping us with A/B testing, these are all opportunities that should be coming along in the future. If you would like to be a developer and help on the project, you can email me booksmarts.twitch@gmail.com, and I can give you the information about what are the and this is where I wanted Tico's help for, but we kind of ran out of time here. We already have all the info about the kind of infrastructure we're using and the coding languages that would be applicable, and some things about how databases are organized and what we're using there. We have all this information already for you. So I'll get a copy pasta from Tico probably, or from people that are working on the back end stuff that I could share with you guys. And yeah, booksmarts.twitch@gmail.com, or you could do !email at any point in time in any of the chats, and that should give you my email. And you could reach out. Let me know what are your proficiencies that you would like to get involved with BGG, and then we will see if we have any projects for you and cut you some tickets and get you in there. My understanding is that right now they're pretty confident that they could do it with the people that we have. But more hands on deck, maybe the more the merrier. It could be helpful. So depending on what you have experience with already, it may be uber applicable, or we may find that like, hey, we need somebody who has familiarity with Stripe for payments, or with Shopify integrations, or with maybe Google, the Google suite. Maybe if you're good at Google Calendar integrations and you have some interesting ideas there, or again, if you have familiarity with the database stuff that we're using, maybe you could help with chat. So all of that is definitely something to consider. And if you want to help, go ahead and reach out via email. Again, that's booksmarts.twitch@gmail.com. In the book cult, there is no doubt. All right, well, good to hear. The stack is React, Node, MongoDB, and Redis. Redis. That's CMG. In the YouTube chat, CMG is a key part of the development team. So good to hear that CMG was in here and could help me. I think that we were initially going to make sure that he was in the chat, and I didn't do it. I'm really bad. I woke up at 7:30, and then I was rushing to get all this done because I wanted to make sure I got as much sleep as possible. How has John D continued to avoid our global courts? I don't even know who that is. Is that a D's Nuts joke? Is this a for fun project? Yes. So it is completely voluntary. It is volunteer based. Everybody is volunteering their time, which I super duper appreciate, to try and make this happen. So yeah, that is something to keep in mind. Yeah, definitely something to keep in mind. It is a volunteer project, and everybody is putting in time whenever they have the time. So, a lot of the people that are helping on the project are people that work full time doing other stuff. So this is something that they do on the side as a for fun thing, and they fit in time where they can fit in time. And then some days or some weeks, they have like a couple of days off from work and they go ham and they go crazy and they fucking put in a bunch of hours and they develop a whole bunch of shit at once. And it's been interesting having these different windows of bursts of like, holy shit, they just did a bunch of shit for every different developer at like different points. Like randomly, we'll have somebody who like took a bunch of tickets and did a bunch of stuff. And they're just like, oh yeah, I had yesterday off and I was kind of bored. And once I started, I didn't stop. And it's like, oh, get crazy. And then we have another person who's like, yeah, I had a couple of days off. So, I took like 4 hours in the morning to work on this and another 2 on the, it's like, damn, I appreciate all of it. It's been really crazy to see these like bursts of progress and so much stuff getting done. And I can't thank those people enough for helping out with that. It's been cool. We definitely had some ups and downs in the development process and, different approaches that we took that completely fell apart. But like, I think we're on the rails now to get this done. And I'm really confident about that. And the design team in particular, that first... we've had designs and wireframes and stuff done for a while now, and the design team has been really, really cool about getting out a lot of like high fidelity stuff like really, really quickly. I hope I'm using that terminology correctly. And it, so I felt that we should share that with you guys, get some input on these 2 major different design choices. If you would like to sound off and you're a V Omega Lol D loser, then you could go ahead and go on the Discord, go to the stream discussions channel and post in there about it. John D is going to rule our minds. Okay, I don't know who this is. Book, it is really concerning that you actually don't know who John... Okay, bruh. Are the badges still a thing for BGG? Yes. Or rather, do you think they will be available on launch? That is part of my minimum viable product. So the MVP is that we have badges available on launch, 110%. Now, will those badges take your information from Twitch? I hope so. And I don't think that's complicated. Now I'm stepping out of my comfort zone with telling you things because I'm not a part of the development team. But if I remember correctly, it should not be that big of a problem to get your sub information from Twitch and have that reflected as well. But yes, badges are a major element of the BGG chat that I want, because I want to be able to award badges to people who I meet in public. If you stream snipe me, like the last stream snipers did at my IRL thing, I want to give you a badge. If you hosted me in Europe, I want to give you a badge. I like the idea of these badges that you can collect and you can, and this is further functionality that I'm not putting the development team on the hook for the minimum viable product, but it would be cool if you can choose which ones you want to display. Maybe you don't want a gazillion things by your name. Maybe you do. Maybe we don't want you to put a gazillion. So maybe we limit it to 5 or 6 or something. But yeah, I think having you be able to pick which badges you're choosing to display by your name might be something cool as well. I think the only mandatory one is going to have to be the sword. Because if you're a fucking cop, if you're a narc, I want everybody to know, okay? I want everybody to know. You can't hide your mod badge. I think that's the way I think it'll work initially. So The whole dev team is in YouTube chat? Oh, nice. Well, that's good. They'll probably correct all the wrong things that I say. John Dee was an alchemist in the 1500s who served the British Queen. I don't know why these people are memeing him. He was a dick. Well, maybe they're memeing him because he was a dick. Also, hi, here. I'm here. Do you need me to hop in to ask dev-related questions? I'm working right now, but I can be around. I don't think we need that necessarily. I'm surprised you... Okay, I'm ignoring these John Dee things. Anywho... we getting the I got roasted by book badge? Maybe we'll have an apology badge. Maybe we'll have a damn book roasted you a little too fucking hard, or book roasted you and you ended up being right. Maybe we'll have a I don't know, dude. You should also do a chud/meanie badge that you can put on people that they can't choose to hide. That's a fun idea. Okay, so I'm ignoring John Dee comments. You know what I should do? I'm doing this. I'm already doing it. Congrats.
I swear to God, I'll pistol whip the next guy that says shenanigans.
I'm doing shenanigans on John Dee. There will be no more discussion of John Dee. If you bring John Dee up again, you will be timed out for an indeterminate amount of time. Unless you're on YouTube, in which case you will be timed out for 5 minutes exactly, because I have no other option on YouTube. You will be timed out. So, and that includes people that come later that don't know. And that's part of the fun of this shenanigans meme, in case you don't know. Part of the fun in the Super Troopers movie is that Farva didn't hear that you're not allowed to say shenanigans, and they tricked him into saying shenanigans. So I often see this as a criticism of the shenanigans thing. But Book, that's not fair to people that show up late and they don't know. That's the whole point. It's funny. I think it's funny when people who have no idea come in and then they get timed out. It may not be the most helpful thing for building a community or whatever, but I think it's hilarious, and that's all that matters. Anywho, speaking of community building, which I'm oh so very, very good at, we're going to transition back into that and talk a little bit about that, because there's some major things that I want to highlight for you guys. So, given this idea of switching the ratio of our content to be mostly solo stuff and some review stuff, I want to refocus on my community. This whole interaction with DGG has reminded me that, like, I don't really mean to cater to people who are not a part of my community, who are not people who support me, who are not people that understand where I'm coming from on stuff, who are not people who want to give me the time of day and a little bit of charitability. So, I want to focus on you guys. I want to focus on the people who are here live supporting me. I want to focus, unfortunately, on the V Omega D losers. I want to focus on the people in my Discord. We have a surprisingly active Discord. I'm told this by multiple people. The people tell me it's great. You have a wonderful Discord. Very active. Very active. We have a lot of people in all the different channels every day that are posting stuff, in case you didn't know, in case you think I'm bullshitting you, we have a good Discord. And one thing that I never highlight about the Discord that I'm going to from today onwards is the clubs. There are a lot of really, really good clubs on the Discord. And the movie club has been going on for a long time, that movie club. And this week, let me make sure I get the date right, otherwise I'm fucking everybody involved with this project. On Sunday at 3 p.m. Pacific time, we are going to have the Academy Awards. That's right. Movie Club has been an ongoing thing, and let me go ahead and grab my DMs with the leader of Movie Club to have my TLDR for you on the way that it works. But yeah, Movie Club is doing an awards night where they're looking at all of the movies that they've had over the last season. The way that they determine seasons is unknown to me, but they have different seasons, and yeah, they're going to be picking some awards for stuff. Here, now I have it in front of me. Okay, so as far as the Movie Club, here's TLDR. What is it? They watch movies and talk about them in voice chat. And this is something that will turn from they into we, because I'm going to start showing up to these much more often. Not a problem to watch a movie a week. We pick a movie between Monday and Wednesday, and the discussion is usually at Sunday at 3 p.m. PST. Now, that can change if a bunch more people join and we shift the demographic of where people are located in the world. Perhaps it could change, but that's where the time and day is at right now. The way that they pick movies is anyone can submit a movie to watch, and then everyone in the club votes between the submissions. And do you have to talk during the Discord calls? No. You could just sit in there muted if you wanted to. You could add your thoughts, you could contribute to the conversation, or you could just lurk. Completely up to you. You don't even have to vote on what the movies are if you don't want to, but of course, participation is encouraged. Now, what kind of movies do we pick in the movie club? Well, it has run the gamut. There is no clear indication of what are the sorts of movies that get picked. So they've ranged from like recent releases such as 2021's Drive My Car all the way to cult classics like Rocky Horror Picture Show, or which is released in 1975, or weird things like When the Cat Comes, which was released in 1963. So if you're interested, and I have a really good link for you, Mr. Hen has run this club, and the leaders before him has run this club really, really, really well, in my opinion. Because look at what we have. We have a letterbox link that I'm posting in both chats right now that has all of the movie club movies from the last season 4. And Mr. Hen keeps track of all this stuff, has letterboxed list for all the movies that we've seen in the different seasons of Movie Club. It has been an ongoing endeavor that I never highlight. I never give the love it deserves. And frankly, I don't show up for it, but I will now. Because I just want to focus my time not on keeping up with the Smiths and figuring out what the drama of the week is or any of this other stuff. I'm going to reinvest that time into this community. I'm just going to hang out with you guys, and I'm going to build up what we have here, because we're at a critical mass where I think we have enough people where we could have a really cool Discord. We could all hang out with each other and get to know each other and hang out and voice and do events and all this kind of stuff. So I want to plug that stuff. That's all of kind of what's been going on with Movie Club. I have told Mr. Hen already that for this Academy Awards that is happening on Sunday, 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, there might be a bunch of people there, myself included, who have not seen all the film. So there will be a synopsis for the film, a brief summary of the kinds of discussions that happened around the film, what were people talking about in the club about it. These are going to be included for the people who are joining who maybe didn't make it to all of the club meetings or have never made it to a club meeting. So I would highly encourage you, if you have time, again, Sunday, 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, to drop by, hang out with us. Let's check out the Movie Club thing together. And I hope to see you in future, club meetings, because I'll be there. Another club that has unfortunately kind of fallen apart because there hasn't been participation, there hasn't been any plugging of it. The Music Club, which we have on the Discord. And again, all of these clubs you can join by going to the About Me page, or the Read Me page, on the Discord, and reacting to the right post. And it'll give you all the privileges. You'll be able to see the club, interact with all the stuff there. So yeah, if you're interested in joining any of these clubs, just do !Discord in the chat, get yourself a link to the server, go to the Read Me page, react to the right post, and bada bing, bada boom, you got your privileges. Music Club. The way that Music Club works is every month you guys are able to submit, and I think we're going to move to Google Forms because it's going to be easier to do it that way. There's going to be a Google form where you give a link to your YouTube version of whatever song it is that you like. All of those YouTube links are going to be added to a YouTube playlist that we can all listen to together. And then, of course, there is free-form discussion throughout the month in the Music Club chat. This is a much more free-form club. We might turn it into some other stuff. We might do our own version of maybe, the Grammys or something like that. I think that would be fun. But it's been an underdeveloped club because I haven't plugged it. I haven't pushed people to it. That is a very easy club to be a part of. And you better bet your top dollar that I will be submitting things to it, and I will be playing that music on stream. Maybe for some video game streams, we'll play that playlist full of different tracks from everybody in the community. And I think that'll help more people to kind of join in on the conversation, whether they're a part of Music Club or not. If you hear a banger track on the stream, feel free to comment about it, and it might just be something that was submitted through the music club. So that's another one. Also, and this is something nobody knows about. Doesn't matter how big of a Booksmarts fan you are. You haven't been a part of this. You're not a real fan. I am launching a new club, of which I will be the leader, and I will take responsibility for its administration. And that club is the Anime Club. That's right. Every week, we will be watching and discussing the anime from the week. So, we'll go through seasons of anime, whatever the seasonal anime are right now, up for discussion. We'll talk about them. I really, for instance, want to watch Spy X Family. I haven't seen the episode. I haven't seen it. I haven't started it because I'm holding off until we do our anime club. So that's going to be happening. Very, very cool. Yeah, that's going to be a thing. And there's going to be, after I'm done with this, I will make the chat accessible to everybody for the anime club, and I will put the reaction post in the About Me, and you could join it. The README, and you could join it. I don't know why I keep calling it About Me. Yeah, so the anime club, that's launching. And the first meeting is going to be on Friday at 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So that's at noon Pacific Standard Time on Friday. And we'll go through everything. The reason why I picked noon is because I think that's going to best line up with people who are in Europe as well. That should be in the middle of the evening for them. It's not too late. It's not really too early. And for people that are on my side of the country, over here in the Pacific part, I don't think it's that early, noon. If you're not up and free by noon, oh well. For the Eastern Standard Time, that's going to be 3 p.m. at that point. I think you should be free. You should be coming home from school, whatever it is. So that's when we're doing that. I'm open to different ideas about the timing, but I really want to be inclusive of the European folks. So yeah, those are the three major things. Is we have our music club, we have our movie club, and we have our anime club. And again, to give you those times, we're going to have our Academy Awards for movie club on Sunday, 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We're going to have the anime club, the very first meeting, on noon, 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on Friday. And music club, end of the month, we'll close off submissions, and then we'll have our playlist set up, and then you guys can enjoy it. There's plenty of other music that you can feel free to post and share in Music Club as well, or in the music channel. The music channel, really cool channel on the Discord that people will post in, from time to time. I think there's daily posts in there, so a bunch of different Spotify tracks that you could share. And the same goes for a lot of the channels on the Discord. We have regular discussion in everything from general to off topic to the meme channel to video. When I'm looking at the Discord here, all of these channels are posted in pretty regularly. There are always people posting the pictures of the food that they create. If you are a person who makes food, maybe you even want to start a food club. I don't know. If you have 3 people you could rub together to make a club and you want to make a club, hit me up, DM me. My DMs are completely open on Discord. So as long as you are a part of the server, you are able to DM me. And I am open to the idea of any club that we have enough, a critical mass of people to start. So if you want to start a food club where you guys pick a recipe every single month and you make it, cool beans, do it. I hope you don't make cool beans because that would be kind of gross and uncreative. But, hey, you run your club how you want to run your club. The music channel, we have music posted in there all the time, bunch of Spotify links in there. I've perused that and listened to a bunch of music. The gaming channel, new stuff coming out, new strategies, hacks, cheats, whatever the fuck you want to talk about, all that, gaming channel. Movies and TV, pretty regularly updated with what's going on with anything that is not anime related. And then anime and manga, of course, I am a regular poster in, and I will frequently come on there and go on a spiel about some show that came out a gazillion years ago that I've now discovered. Or I'll ask for recommendations, which is really good in there. Lots of people have seen lots of anime that you have not, and they know what to recommend to you based on your tastes and stuff. I was very, very happy with the recommendation of Iron-Blooded Orphans when I went in there and asked about that, and Osama Ranking, which is something that people wanted me to watch, and I thought, it looks a bit childish and silly, but I have faith in my anime comrades in here to recommend something that I'd like. Incredible show. Very, very good, you know? So I would highly recommend that you go in there and check that out. Yeah, so that's all that stuff. Of course, we have a learning channel if you want help with homework and stuff like that. We have a books channel if you read. We have Comp Sci for whoever the fuck does Comp Sci. Sorry, Comp Sci people. I'm not gonna plug the Comp Sci. I don't care about Comp Sci. I'm keeping a $1.50 with you. We have a history channel for history buffs that like to discuss things like the Romans or whatever the hell it is that you people discuss. And then of course we have our drama channel, which is popping off all the time with people talking about what's going on in the Twitch space, the YouTube space, internet. Because Hugh likes to argue with people, whatever it is that Hugh wants to argue with people about, which changes coming soon to that. As I'm bringing more people in, we need to be more on top of moderation about what's going on in every channel. So you may see a little bit more of that. The mods on the Discord include Sora and Revan. So if you see Sora or Revan out there, just please respect them. If you see somebody new join the Discord, use the command !new to try to remind that person, because nobody reads the README of Discord channels, and so they will likely need to be reminded of what the rules are. Number one rule that is worth keeping in mind that you will be reminded about is discussions. If you get into a back and forth with somebody and you're arguing with them, move. We have 3 different channels on the server dedicated only to back and forths, and they are good faith, debate, and gunslinging. Now, good faith and gunslinging are just opposites of each other. If you want to have a good faith conversation where a moderator could be brought in at any time to try and determine if somebody is operating good faith or not, make a call on what's going on with the argument, feel free to use good faith. That is kind of the rules there, and they will be enforced. If, on the other hand, maybe you're a member of the Taliban. Maybe you have some secret dark arts, debate tactic jutsu. I don't know. You might want to hang out in gunslinging, because anything goes in there, and you can feel free to, shout or be mean or rude or whatever. Don't be transphobic or racist or something like that, because if somebody reports it, remember, that's gunslinging territory. And you know what? The sheriff's got guns. So if I go in there and you're telling me conspiracy theories about the Jews, you're gonna get the hammer, okay? You're gonna be gone. If you're talking about how trans people are secretly faking it or something, you're gonna get a hammer. You're gonna get bopped, okay? If you're saying some shit about the warrior gene, you might get bopped. So just bear that in mind. Anywhere in the server, if the right person sees the wrong things that you're posting, there are going to be consequences for it. You're going to be timed out. You're going to be warned. And then eventually you'll be banned. And if you're ever banned, you can go into the Twitch chat and you can type !unban. If you're already banned from the Twitch chat, not looking good for you. But there are panels on the Twitch channel, and one of those panels is the unban form. So you can click that, fill that out, and it is responded to at my leisure, okay? Once you're banned, you've done something to get there, and it may take a while to get to you, but I go through those every so often and unban people. Take it seriously, because if you don't, I can guarantee you that you will not be unbanned. If you answer any of those questions in a rhetorical or, silly, I'm not taking it seriously level, I'm not unbanning you. So bear that in mind. If you're going to take the time to fill out the form, I would encourage you to fill out every single part correctly. Really read what it's asking from you, because if you do not follow directions or you do not take it seriously, you will not be unbanned, And I will put a note to all of my other staff about why you were not unbanned. So that ban will be reinforced. That's probably not something you want. Unless it is, then I guess that's your way of doing it. But that's my spiel. That's my spiel about the Discord. Again, !Discord at any time that you want to do that. If you're a VOmegalolD loser and you're watching this on YouTube, you can go to the description and there is a link to join the Discord server. Never used Discord before? Hey, here, this is a message for you. Not an audience that we often cater to, but I will. Discord is kind of like Skype, sort of like Zoom. Maybe if you're familiar with, any kind of chatting app. Maybe you used maybe you've used Trello, maybe you've used something at work that is similar. Maybe you've used iMessage or text messaging. It's just like that. So you have a bunch of different channels where different people can text each other back and forth and share stuff that they like, post pictures, that sort of thing. And that's basically what it is. It's a place to text message people back and forth. And so if you'd like to join it, you can make an account on Discord and join up. Add whatever you want your username to be, something that's not offensive ideally, and then you're free to chat with everybody. On the left-hand side, there will be a list of things that are hashtagged, and those are all going to be different channels. So if you click on the announcements channel, you're going to have a bunch of announcements. If you click on the stream discussion channel, you'll have a bunch of messages from people who are discussing my stream that's going on. If you click on the drama channel, it'll probably be a bunch of drama, right? All kind of self-explanatory. And then you can feel free to participate in any of those. There are secret channels that you only get by going to the README channel and reacting to one of the posts there that will enable you to be a club member and to see those secret clubs. That's the TLDR for somebody who has never used Discord before. Hypothetical, my friend is having a conversation with, okay, not reading that one. Claire here, if I set up guidelines for an art channel, can we add one to the Discord? There is, I think, already an art channel, no? Yeah, we could add one. DM me with all the information that you're thinking of for an art channel or an art club, and we could do it. Just DM me. Anybody who wants to start a club, DM me. I'm open to all sorts. Let's say that you paint Warhammer figures, and you're like, hey, Booksmarts, I actually have 3 people in the Discord who would all like to be a part of a Warhammer painting thing. Can we have a channel where we all share our screens and have a video of us painting Warhammer figures? Sure, I'm not opposed to that. If you want your art club or your art channel, DM me. Let me know who are the 3 people that you could rub together to make a club out of, and what's the stuff that you want to do? How does it work? That way I can promote it to people. Now, if you have a club that is built on the basis of, hey, I'm a Brit and I live in British land. There are some people in British land that we don't like that moved here, and I have 6 people together. We all don't like them. Can I have a channel to discuss how much we don't like these people that moved into England? No, right? So there are going to be some things that maybe I would reject. I'm not promoting your anti-immigration channel or something like that, right? But if you have something that is nice and is like a hobby or something like that, of course, we'll make it. As long as you have 3 people to rub together on the Discord to make it happen, I'll create your thing for you and it'll be approved. So just DM me about that, whatever the details are. I can't wait to get banned. Well, good news is I already have your Discord information, Luxifer, and you're banned. Nice. Let's see here. How many unban requests do you get? That is a secret behind the scenes. I will not answer that. Let's see here. So how about the Solar Worship channel? Honest to God, if you get 3 people together and you all want a Solar Worship channel, okay. These channels are hidden from normal people. Normal people will not see the cult that is in my Discord, okay? You have to react to a certain thing on a certain channel to even see the cult. Maybe I could hide your Solar Worship cult, okay? As long as it's positive. As long as it's not like, all hail the holy sun and burn the infidel. Whoa, okay, no, hold on. Let's not talk about burning infidels, but, sun worship I'm down with. The persecution of the moon people, not so much, right? So depends on what the channel is about. And I withhold the option of like, if it turns into your channel is actually representing something else, then we would bring the hammer down. Can I try and restart book club, Copium? Yes. I will never be in charge of book club because I'm not consistent enough, nor do I have the time to invest in that. I could certainly watch anime every single week, but there's no way in hell that I'm completing a book. If you would like to restart a book club, feel free. That would be nice to have a book club to promote. So yeah, let me know. And I'll, again, 3 people to rub together. You need 3 people who are going to read that book at the interval that you're saying they're going to read the book at. And if I check in with any of them and I audit the audit, it better be that those people are doing that, right? So that is the only requirement. And if your channel hits a point where like nobody is joined, nobody's doing the thing that you told me that you were going to do, you're not doing the thing that you told me you were going to do, then we go into a period of restructuring. I add everybody in the club and I go, hey, what the fuck, you guys still doing this or not? And then if not, we'll get rid of it, right? So that's kind of the natural life cycle of these things. Darn, no white supremacist channel. Nope. Can there be a not safe for work channel? No. This is one of the hard rules that you guys may not like about this Discord. There is no not safe for work. I should feel comfortable going into any channel on my phone and show a random person what my community is like. And for that reason, there is no fucking slurred discourse discussions allowed on there. There is no discussion of the validity of racism allowed on there. There is no picture of your futa-cock on there. There is no picture of your big titty anime girl getting violated by tentacles in a completely consensual way. There is none of that. It's not allowed, okay? I want to be able to open this Discord on a popular, filled up with people train and have nobody look over my shoulder and go, books one miso. That's gross. Okay, that's not what I want. So no, as of right now, there's no not safe for work. Another reason, and I think my not safe for work aficionados will understand when I explain it this way. Not safe for work, it causes problems for every single Discord that I've seen it be a part of. What ends up happening is people post nudes of themselves. They try to reach out to other people based on the kinks that they see that they're into or whatever. Underage people get involved in ways that I cannot police. People post weird stuff and then you don't know if you're allowed to police it. Like if you post, I don't know, 2 600-pound people who are naked eating whipped cream off of each other's genitals while like scratching them and poking them with needles or something. At what point do we say, oh, I actually don't want that? Then okay, you don't like fat people, bro? What? You don't like bloodletting? What? Are you kink shaming? Like, I don't want any of that in there, okay? So to just avoid all of the problems that every single Discord server I have been personally involved in that has had not safe for work has run into, it's just not allowed. It's just not allowed. It's much easier and simpler to not allow it. You don't need me to create a community of Coomers. You guys have not safe for work channels on plenty of other Discords. And if you want to start one between you and the other book sell people, that's your prerogative, dude. But it's just not something that I want to host or have to moderate or deal with or whatever. So I'm not having it on our Discord channel. And it's strict. If you post a fucking hentai meme, you might get warned. Your post might get removed and you might get bopped. We're not like timing people out for like minor, issues, but you might be surprised at some of the things that are not allowed, right? Like that. Because again, if I open my phone on a crowded train and there's a picture of some lady going, oh, and there's no fucking context and there's a little bit of text at the bottom that says some funny haha meme, person behind me is not like, oh, funny haha meme. It's like, oh, this dude's looking at porn on his phone, right? So not allowed. You if you do crop of ecchi or hentai or sex stuff, it may be a disallowed meme because it's not something that will be safe to have at work or safe for somebody to see over my shoulder. So, that is what it is, You've got a lot of followers of Solaire in your Discord? I suppose so. Maybe they're a persecuted class of people and they try to keep it on the DL, but if they had a club and a safe space to go to, maybe they could worship. You know, like, I'm not opposed to having religious things. If you are a Christian, you want to have like a Christian Bible study club. Okay. I mean, if you find 3 people you can rub together to have Bible study club, whatever, that's fine. But if you start preaching the need to eradicate the land of, you know, the Jewish people or some other crazy shit, then we're going to run into problems, right? Or if you're a follower of Solar and you're talking about killing the moon people, you know, then we got a problem. This went from religious institution to, you know, holy crusade, and I'm not down for one of those things. Let's see here. Also, yes, not safe for work channels are really bad, especially with a Discord full of weeps. Yeah. So not Yaoi that might look underage, even though that's another problem. Yes, there are many problems with that. I heard some guy join Destiny's Discord and start talking about horse cock to some girl, really strange stuff. I don't know. Neither confirm nor deny. I'm going to be very careful about what we comment on with Steven's stuff. I don't know. I don't know, and I'm not commenting. Yes, there are literal not safe for work Discords, not even just channels. Yeah. Coomers can find them, yes. Where there is a will, there is way, and if there's one kind of people that has a certain kind of will, it is the Coomers, and they will find their way. Dropping industry, we're talking about going horny over books. No, we're talking about clubs and Discord, and I want everybody to join the Discord, hang out, meet some people, join a club, have fun. That's what we're talking about. The fact Book just moans so loud, luckily I had my headphones on while at work. Yeah, these things don't apply to the stream because I'm a hypocrite, right? This is one thing I will say about Steven, right? He tries not to be a hypocrite, tries to be consistent all the time. I'm not. I'm an inconsistent motherfucker. Different context, different when we're talking about my stream versus my Discord. Yeah, so, you know, it happens, bro. It happens. Yeah, I'm going to be moaning on my stream. Not safe for work also just creates very weird drama situations that are ultra yikes to deal with. Yeah, probably. Maybe a better topic, when are you going to Denmark? I have updates for you, party people. We have 3 countries locked. Okay? We have Denmark, very first country. I will arrive in Denmark on April the 21st. If you are a member of the wonderful country of Denmark, if you happen to be a lovely dweller of the city of Copenhagen, however the fuck you pronounce it, I'm sure I'll learn soon enough. I'm more than willing to hang out, more than willing to meet up, more than willing to grab a beer, as long as you don't put drugs into it that I didn't consent to. Yeah, so if you're a member who is going to be in Denmark, you know, for maybe the 2 weeks following the 21st of this month, let me know. I'd be happy to meet up with you. If you are somebody who lives in Europe, particularly in the western part of Europe or the northwestern part of Europe, and you have a place that you would like to host me in, or stuff that you could give me access to, like let's say you work at a museum and you can get me behind the scenes access to something, work at a lab and you can show me the lab, you work at a national park and you could show me around the national park, whatever. Think about that. You have a wife who does that. You have a friend that does that. You have some kind of opportunity to see something cool about your country in particular. Hit me up. Let me know about that opportunity. booksmarts.twitch at gmail.com. So Denmark on lock for at least 2 weeks. Bada bing. Belgium, just before TwitchCon happens in the middle of July. I have Belgium locked down. So we're definitely going to see Belgium. And I have the Netherlands locked down. We'll have quite a bit of Netherlands coverage. So if you are in the Netherlands and you want to hang out, I'll be in Netherlands. I've been told you can get to anywhere in the Netherlands basically within like an hour ride or via car, or, you know, maybe a couple of hours on the train. So you live in Netherlands, let me know, because I'm definitely going to be there for a while and I could hit you up. And again, you live anywhere in between. Let's say you live in Denmark or Belgium or Netherlands or Portugal or France or Germany or, I don't know, maybe England or Scotland or Wales or Sweden or Norway or Estonia or any of those countries and more. Just hit me up. Do you have a bed I could stay in? Do you have good internet? Do you have a car that you could drive around, hang out in? Do you just have something you want to show me? Whatever it is, let me know. booksmarts.twitch@gmail.com. Very open, because we still have a bunch of time in the Europe trip that is technically open, and I'm happy to fill it with wherever. I have a lot of fans that are in Germany that I want to visit, including some moderators and stuff that I would like to visit and I would like to see. So, I would like to see Germany. France. Every French person, no offense, French people, who has reached out to me has been unwilling to really set a date for hanging out with me or for hosting me or for any... I don't know what it is. French people are like, are you coming to France? No. Oui. Okay. Why did you ask, though? Did you, want to hang out or... No, I was just curious. Okay. Weird. Or no offense, the French people have reached out to me, but you've all been so much different than every other European who's reached out to me. It's been hilarious. Every single French person who's reached out has been weird and enigmatic. It may all be the same person. I have no idea. But yeah, if you live in France, you live in Italy, you live in Greece, you live in, any of these places, I'd be happy to take a flight down, stay, a week or two or something and, hang out. Yeah. So just, hit me up. You have an extra room in your house, whatever. I'd be happy to know. Do Mormon missionary work is allowed? I won't do the work with you, but if you're in a country and you can somehow hang out with me, I don't discriminate. I love Mormon people, dude. We don't need to kill the moon people, just the moon itself. Yeah, maybe that's it. We just need to take their country away from them. There's some parallels to... No, I'm not good. Booksmarts, no shade at Chud, but is there anything interesting to note in the observation that Chud is a lot more loud and noticed in D's orbit, but you have twice his subs? What? Is that just a YouTube anecdote? I don't really understand. Loud and notice. I mean, he interacts with Steven a lot more, in a direct fashion, right? He's on the same panels as Steven. He goes onto Steven's stream and talks to him. I think in terms of loud and noticed, I think that would maybe explain that, whereas I have not, right? I don't often talk to, which is again, what this clout sharking thing is just such an interesting concept to me. I don't really make use at all of my connection to Steven. The only time I used it recently was to clear up that thing about the stream. And that was the main reason why I came on there. It's the first thing I open up with, about why I'm not streaming as much. Cause I'm just worried, don't put out information that I'm fucking taking a big dono and then dipping. That's probably not the best. I don't know if you have more visibility on Steven's stream and on Steven panels and stuff, maybe that would explain it. As far as the YouTube thing, I don't know. I no comment. I don't really understand. The first rule of the internet is just don't feed the weebs because they'll multiply and you'll never get rid of them. Well, I am one of the weebs. Feed me. You're blocked on YouTube. Congratulations. Why Denmark? Why not Denmark? What kind of question is that? I've heard a lot of good things about Denmark. Here, it's a pretty place. What do you mean? The honest answer is if you reach out to me and you have a place that I could stay at and it's a multi-week thing and you tell me you're a good cook and whatever, that's a convincing thing, bro. It's a convincing thing. So I don't know. You'd be surprised at the places I'm open to staying at. For instance, one thing that is constantly in the back of my mind that I'm waiting for the right time of year to go to is Dubai. Believe it or not, Dubai. There is a viewer that is in Dubai who is a prominent photographer and who was like, hey, I watched the stream. I think you're chill. I got this really cool apartment in Dubai and I would be happy to host you for a bit and show you around, do some cool stuff. Here's the amount of money I think you should set aside for a budget to go do stuff. Here are the things that we would do. Here's about how many days I think it would take to get through the stuff that's available in the country. Going and visiting Dubai would be really cool. And that's something that I'm waiting to make sure that we're at the right time of the year for. And then I would love to fly out there and go see them. Another thing, there are plenty of people in the United States who also have similar offers, whether that's just showing me around and maybe they're a performer, a musician who goes to different bars and shows and stuff like that. And they're telling me they can get me behind the scenes access to this, that, or the other thing. Or they just live somewhere and they're like, hey, I work for the National Forestry, whatever. And I live here in this state and I could show you around these national parks. We could go camping. We could do this. We could do that. Cool. I'm interested. You've piqued my curiosity, right? All of this is added to what I call my global Rolodex on Notion. It is a bunch of information about the various people who have different offers for me in different parts of the world. And then I plan kind of my life and my travels around that. And that's something I'm going to be obviously focusing more on now that we're doing this community thing. I like hanging out with you guys. I have an IRL setup that works. I know how to do it. I'm confident to keep hacking away at that, even though, it doesn't get the biggest viewership or whatever. I think I can grow that as something that you guys would like and something that we'll have fun YouTube videos about and whatever. So, I'm going to keep doing IRL. I'm going to keep visiting people. I'm going to keep making new friends all across the world. One person I really admired that I don't think I talk about enough on stream is Jake and Bake. Jake and Bake is really cool. I love that he goes to these different countries and he already has a bunch of friends there and he meets viewers and makes friends with them. And that's something I want for my own life. That sounds cool to me. That's something I want to, make use of my platform for, is to meet you guys and hear your stories and hang out with you. As a matter of fact, we did a live stream, IRL in San Diego, and I met a couple of stream snipers. Those stream snipers I'm hanging out with again. We're going to be streaming tomorrow, probably around noonish Pacific time. And we're going to be hanging out with those stream snipers again. There is a block party happening because of the opening of some part of the neighborhood in San Diego. So we're going to go visit that. If you're local to San Diego, hit me up, Discord DMs. Let me know. Maybe we could meet up and I'll hang out. Or if you're local to San Diego, let's say you're in Carlsbad and you're willing to take a road trip for the day, or you're in, I don't know, wherever, and you want to just come hang out, let me know. We can coordinate it. But yeah, tomorrow I'll be doing that. And they were super cool dudes. Like I met them randomly because they stream sniped me, and then we got to talking after, and I'm like, you guys seem chill. Let's do a day. Let's hang out. Let's do this stream stuff in the daytime, maybe get some food, and maybe in the nighttime we do some other stuff that I will not talk about what it is that we're going to do because it's secret memes. And yeah, we're going to make a whole day out of it. I'm going to have a lot of fun. If I'm not hungover, which should be some indication of what I have plans for. If I'm not hungover or fucked up or get home late or whatever, I would like to stream on Saturday, but we'll see. We'll see, because the problem, or stream on Friday, because the problem is going to be that I have to do Anime Club at noon on Friday, and I may want to take time to rest because on Saturday I have to move out of the Airbnb. And then on Sunday, of course, at 3 p.m. we have the Academy Awards. So I definitely want to make it to that. But I also have a bunch of medical stuff I need to get done. I need to go get my COVID booster shot. I need to go get a test before I take my flight. And a bunch of other stuff. There's a bunch of other stuff that I need to do IRL in those days, so I'm going to be pretty busy. But I'll try to do something. Maybe I'll ride my bike somewhere or coordinate a stream with Wicked Supreme or something, or IRI, and I'll try to do some kind of stream early next week. But, there's a lot to get prepared before I fly out on the 20th. So, that we have a very busy time ahead for Booksmarts here. Anywho. Change your Twitch description, my dude. Yeah, I'll consider it. When are you going to Europe? 21st of this month. I can host you in Belgium. DM me or email me. Hold on. So this is something that I notice is I always tell you guys when you make these offers to email me. That's really the filter of who really has the offers, So Paragon, if you can host me in Belgium, email me. because there's no other way to work it out. I cannot coordinate this over Twitch chat, right? It's also not as easy over Discord DMs because of indexing and deleting of stuff is outside of my control and yada yada yada. So email's best, and then we can talk. And in email, if you email me the details and you Discord DM me, then I could do both at the same time. I could juggle them. Like, oh, okay, so your email says this and yada, yada, yada. Let's do a voice call. Let's see what the place is like and whatever, and make sure there's internet and all the other checklist things I have. So email me. Email me with details, and we'll go from there. Want to come live in my walls? Do you have internet? If you have a wife and are a cuck, let me know. Jesus Christ. No. So here's the thing. I have not had sexual relations with my viewers. I have not had sexual relations with any of my viewers. So if that's something you're worried about, being the implications of me coming, don't worry. I will not. I don't have interest in that. That's not something that I am really interested in. I know other streamers make it very, apparent that they're hooking up with people and that they're down for it and stuff. I'm not really. That's not really something I'm about. It's not a huge part of my life. So just bear that in mind, because I've gotten a few of these like sorts of things, and then it's awkward, and then I have to be like, no. It's flattering, but I'm not interested in that stuff. I just want to hang out, maybe drink with you, hang out, go see your country. But that's it. I don't want anything beyond that. Anywho, I live in Wisconsin. No big book chilling for me. I mean, technically, you could reach out. I think I have like Minnesota on the list, so I have stuff that's up far north. I mean, if you have something to do, then we could definitely do it. Would you hang out with my bro in Lithuania? I could consider it. I could certainly put it on the agenda, or put it on the Rolodex and reach out. Ever thought of picking up MMA as a streamable hobby? No, hell no. Denmark is cool. All right, I'm happy you think so. Fuck these uncultured Jesus Christ. Dubai is based, and especially if they're rich. I don't know if they're rich or whatever, but yeah, Dubai, it sounds interesting. It looks cool. I will make no comment about the government involved and stuff, but like, I mean, the government's a problem everywhere we go. Let's be honest. Like I lived in Thailand for a long time, and there is a law in Thailand that you cannot speak ill of I believe it's the royal family, and then it extends, I think, a little bit past that. So, I've spent time in places that have more restrictive laws compared to other places, and that's neither here nor there, I suppose. Let's see here. That was me. I'm the Dubai guy. Offer still on the table. Oh yeah, Yo Bell, what up? Yes, I still very much want to do it. Like I said, I just have to wait until we're in that zone that you mentioned where the weather gets good. So, and leave it to the design guy, the aesthetic guy, to like layout number 1 from the 2 BGG things. Like I remember I was like, oh, Yo Bell's one of the only people that likes this option number 1 thing. Of course, it's the guy with major aesthetic senses. But yeah, Yo Bell has outed themselves as the Dubai guy. I'm very excited. That would be very, very cool. And you have cute pets and stuff. Like, I don't know. It seems like a very, very cool offer. And I definitely want to take you up on it. But I do have to wait until we get into that weather being okay season, which, if I remember correctly, should be sometime around November, which works out for me. And would probably just be a short trip there and back, and yada, yada, yada. We'll see where I'm at financially as well. But yeah, so definitely considering it. Very, very, very fun. Cool opportunity. I have a lot of beaches. Otherwise, my state sucks, and I live close to Steven. A Florida homie. I see. Bookie, I live in Copenhagen. My apartment is going to be empty 5th through 15th of May. If you'd like, you can crash at my place, but it might be lonely. That sounds cool. Lemonies 666. 666 is a little scary, but yeah, lemons. I love lemons. Or it's lemonies. I don't know, like Lemon the racetrack or something. Yeah, reach out, email me, let me know, send pictures, let me know. Let me look at my Notion document real quick. So I have this cool Notion document where I have laid out where I'm going to be all across the world during all these different times of the year. So let me look at this. I have time set aside for Dubai. When the window is, I have time set aside for all the Twitch cons and stuff. May. Yeah. So actually, that might work. That might really work because I'll be in Copenhagen at least until the 5th. You have an apartment available the 5th through the 15th? I mean, technically, I could just really get accustomed to Denmark during this trip. This could be the EU trip, but it could secretly be... I feel, as a map Andy, who only engages with these countries by looking at them on a map, I feel like there should be some cultural relationship between like Denmark, Netherlands, and Belgium. I don't know if there's a name for that zone or whatever. And I think Denmark is maybe more closely related with Sweden and Norway or whatever. But that whole little area is where I'm staying. I could just, I don't have a problem with staying in Denmark for a while and just becoming really accustomed to Denmark and maybe picking up some of the language and stuff as well and just really getting to know Copenhagen. I have no problem with being in one city for a while. So right now, the kind of 2-week period that I'm staying with my first host in Copenhagen, that's going to be from the 21st to the 5th. That is kind of our tentative dates right now. So if you have something from the 5th to the 15th, I could extend my stay in Copenhagen, assuming that it's really nice there and whatever, and I could just stay there and hang. I mean, that could work out. And then from there, move to the Netherlands with another host for a little while. And then something in between, hopefully Germany. I really want to see Germany. I really want to visit the German people. There were so many really cool viewers who were like very like, and like very detailed in their emails and seemed trustworthy and responsible, who had emailed me from Germany. I don't know if that's a German culture thing or whatever, but like lots of cool stuff. There was a guy that works for a rickshaw company who offered me like, some kind of discounted rate on like a rickshaw tour that I could do IRL with. There are a lot of cool opportunities in Germany, but Germany is a big country. Ja, das big. And there's different places in Germany that I would want to go in like all the corners of the country. I shit you not. There's stuff in the fucking top left, the bottom left, the top right, the bottom right. There's lots of places in Germany where people have reached out, from little villages in the mountains to the big proper cities like Frankfurt. So yeah, the only thing is working out hosting in Germany. I've emailed back some people that offered to host before that have not gotten back to me, so may not still be available. But yeah, hosting is the main problem in Germany, and as is getting around, because like I could take the trains. I don't know if the trains are expensive. I don't know how long it's going to take, but if it's anything like Poland, it's going to be a big country and difficult to get around. So yeah, just getting Germany. I'm putting Germany out there, putting German energy out. So if there are Germans, you could give the energy back to me. If you're sitting in your house and you're like, oh yeah, my house is big and I have, 3 rooms that are extra, maybe, bro. Just let me know. So yeah. Anywho, let me keep scrolling here and not get too carried away. I just thought of Xanderhole and thought, damn, lol, you know what I mean? Wait, what? What are we talking about? Poor Jake got hit hard by COVID restrictions, I imagine. Yeah. His Singapore stream when he came back and started doing stuff there was cool. It's cool to see him be able to go out and travel again, So yeah, I feel bad for Jake and Bake. But right now he's being a stay-at-home Andy and is training for a Street Fighter tournament. I was talking with Supreme about that last night or the night before. It's like, where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? But I'm just trying to stream snipe Bookie. Yeah, if you try, you're gonna have to be all over the place. Do you feel like the Destiny bridge is burned? No, but I don't think it's up to me. It's up to Steven. Like, if Steven believes I secretly hate him, and that I don't, I'm lying to him when I talk to him, that I'm just willing at the drop of a hat or whatever to backstab him and use his downfall as something that could prop myself up and 180 on positions like that. Like, if he believes all that, I don't know if he likes me anymore. I don't know if, whatever. But if you mean bridge burning is in like, we can't contact each other anymore, I'm not allowed on the stream or something like that, I don't think that's the case. Like, I think if I DM'd him like today or tomorrow and was like, hey, I want to come on to discuss X or Y or Z, I'm pretty sure he would be open to it. Now, he may not be. I don't know. I haven't, tried my luck at that. But, I don't think we're in like excommunicado status or anything like that at all. That's what I'll say regarding that. When do we start canvassing for Bernie? I don't know, bro. You also talked about doing more gaming content before. You're still interested in that content? We have lots of... sorry, I probably didn't finish this idea. We have a lot of different content. So Jackbox is something that I'm going to start doing with you guys. I'm going to figure it out and then do Jackbox with you. I really want to do... I thought this was a cool idea from the Discord. An inter-Discord gaming event. What do I mean by that? What I mean is that, like, let's say I contact Relly and I'm like, hey, let's do this Jack's game or whatever the heck the games are. Let's do my Discord versus your Discord or something. Or let's get people from our Discords to play in these games with us. And then we play. And then it's a community event for both people, right? Or with Supreme. Supreme has a pretty active base of people. We could reach out to Supreme and be like, hey, you want to do this? Or Chud Logic. Reach out to Chud Logic, do that. I think that's a cool idea. And it's something that I could coordinate. Because, like... to do the content that we're going to be doing moving forward, I'm going to be working every day and doing off-stream stuff every day. I'm going to aim to get out 2 streams a week, at least. We might do more fun streams and stuff like that, but at least 2. Try and do like a review of some sort or engaging to some extent with the stuff that you guys want to see from the Twitch space, but really making sure that there's a stream that's dedicated to like the stuff that I like. And even if we do a review thing, I think keeping it short, not watching the whole fucking thing is the end goal. Like, one of the end goals I would like, it's going to hurt the channel monetarily, but I think it's probably the next step in our transition out of this kind of stuff is to release a YouTube video first, record my TLDR of my thoughts on a particular debate or topic that you guys wanted, YouTube premiere it. At the end of the premiere, we go live. I take questions and stuff, maybe talk about some things that didn't make it into the YouTube video that were cut for time, different quotes or different parts of the debate that I want to watch live, and then move on to my stuff. Do a discussion about anime, do a discussion about life smarts, do video games with you guys, do a drawing stream, whatever. I think that is the intermediary step that I want us to get to while we figure out what is going to be the content that we do on the channel that is the main content outside of the debate review stuff, whether that's IRL. Maybe you guys really end up liking IRL and I'm able to grow that, and we get cool donos on IRL, and that can be something that supports me financially. Maybe it's drawing streams. Maybe because one thing that we're going to work on is having a dono goal for purchasing the batches of stickers that we would need to do stickers, and then having stickers. Those can be rewards for the people on the Patreon, as well as something that you could buy on the BGG website. That's something else. And if stickers and drawings and stuff like that can support us, if we could sell collage prints of all the drawings that are done in a season or in a year, then that is something else that might be something that could kind of replace or begin to kind of offset the review content. There's tons of other stuff. maybe video games get popular and you guys like video games. It could be perhaps that we start an interview thing where I talk to people, and maybe that could be, there's a gazillion things that could be the thing that ends up kind of supplementing the income that I would normally get from reviews. And I'm just really actively working towards that, and yeah. But beyond that, I just want to grow a community of people who are all having fun and enjoying each other, ideally independent from me. Do your clubs. Like each other because you have a club. Don't like each other because you like me, right? I would like the idea that we have clubs with people who just straight up disagree with most of the things that I say. Like, that's fine. Or like after we had this Destiny thing, it was a relief to see that people were still disagreeing with me and realized and admitted I was in the wrong on a bunch of stuff in my Discord when I'm reading you guys, and I don't have a problem with that. If I fuck up, hold me accountable. This applies even with the reviews that we're going to be doing. If you notice I start getting hyperbolic, call me out. Go, hey, I thought we're working on hyperbole, Booksmarts. Hey, we're supposed to be doing this, right? If you see it, say it. If you see something, say something, right? I like holding me accountable. I want to create community around these sorts of things and around like enjoying each other's company and enjoying the things that we all like and moving away from the things that we don't. And that's kind of part of this arc. Would you ever come to Finland? Why not? Why does this have a little W at the end of it? Hi, man. Just wanted to let you know I can't host you in Iceland now, and I feel like it's a missed opportunity. Aw, well, it's okay, bro. It's all right. That happened with lots of folks. I missed my opportunity on a bunch of stuff. It's okay. Situations change, it's chill. I have an offer, but I never email lolw, but I also know you prefer abroad over America. But remember, when I get back in July at the end of these months and months and months, I'm probably going to be America bound, and I'm probably going to rent somewhere cheap in America. Now, my income is at a point where I can live in California. Hey, man, I'll live in California. I doubt it. That's quite stressful. I don't know if I'll have the money saved to do that. So in all likelihood, I might live in a state like Tennessee or Kentucky or Idaho or any of these cheaper places. And, as Stephen would advise, I would just move, right? I'd go to somewhere where I can afford and where it's not stressful. The idea of paying under $1,000 a month in rent and having a 2-bedroom place to myself is incredible. It is unthinkable as somebody who came from California. And, that is available in other states. And it is something that I should seriously consider since I'm seriously focusing on this as my job. I don't need to be traveling around all the time. But if I am, and I get itchy feet, I have a motorcycle, vroom, vroom, and we have a wonderful highway system in the United States, as well as a mediocre train system and an all right airplane system. So I could visit you. I could spend the $150 on planes back and forth and fly out to you for a weekend or something, hang out, see what there is to see. We could set up an itinerary. I think you might be surprised, currently the flight that I'm taking to Denmark is like almost $800, so it's like, okay, that's quite a bit of money, and I'm considering that to do this trip, and I'll be saving money because I'll be staying with viewers, and hopefully I'll have enough to have first, last, and security deposit for a new place when I move back to the States. But when I'm in the States and I'm saving money on rent and, saving money on food because I can cook and all that stuff, I could afford just a flight to somewhere in the United States and to hang out, So I don't know. You'd be surprised. That's what I'll say. And also, I like motorcycles. I like riding motorcycles. If I could save up enough money to buy me a motorcycle that's a good touring bike, get me an old Goldwing or something like that, I would be happy to ride out to you. I'd be happy to pack a sleeping bag and a tent on the back, do some camping along the way, visit some national parks. Remember, I used to do that a lot more before I streamed. It's just with stream, it's like, oh, what am I going to do? Just take a bunch of days off to do this, whatever. But if I'm streaming 2 or 3 days a week and I do my streams, I get those out of the way, I have anywhere from 4 or 5 days that I could just take off and go do something, right? So definitely possible. Definitely possible. Would you ever come to Quick Trip in St. Joseph, Missouri? The one right outside the general store? That's where we'll meet. That's not where we'll stop, though. We'll go to the lake or something after. Missouri, I've heard a lot of things about bugs, so I'm scared. I don't like ticks and stuff. I'm not going to ask you for a rehash of it here, but I'm curious about your take on the cherry. I already talked about it. I'm sorry. If not, I'll move on. Yeah, you're totally good. I've already covered it. It should be timestamped in the VOD that it is a part of, so just go check that out on the YouTube. What if viewer come in with only towel? What do? Nothing. I do absolutely nothing. I'm not a coomer. I'm not gonna like pull off your towel and suck your dick, dude. So I don't know what to tell you. What are these questions? Dubai doesn't use actual. Okay, I'm not gonna read that. What are all these? What are you guys posting here? Lemony is cool. They're friends with Freems. Okay, so they won't kill me. I can be confident about that. Freems is trustworthy. Booksmarts. What do I do if I? Okay, what is this? The Lowlands? Oh, is that what we call that area? You can stay at my dog's dog. Okay, you guys are fucking memers, dude. Thanks for cheering me up with this stream, Bookie. Stay cool. Yeah, of course, Minnie. And Ivan, if you want to have a good day, more days of the week, maybe the club is something you could look to, right? Look forward to. Like, hey, you know what? Sunday this week sucked, but I have the Academy Awards at 3 p.m., so that's going to be fun, right? Like, maybe. Why do you sound so much like the late Gilbert Gottfried? It's sad that we have to say late Gilbert Gottfried. In case you didn't know, Gilbert Gottfried died. He died. So rip. But I don't know. I've watched a lot of his voice acting as different characters and stuff, so maybe that's where I get it from. I'm not sure. Maybe I was him in a past life, and I don't know. I have a sick apartment, to be honest. Well, you're certainly selling me on it. Yep, that's right. Starting November, Dubai weather is perfect. My cat is the best. I got 500 megabytes per second internet, and I'm a straight guy, so we'll just stick to drinks. That's perfect. If you guys want an example of what a perfect email sounds like, that's great. The weather is perfect here. My cat is the best. It's even better if you have a dog, I'm just saying. You got 500 megabyte per second internet, and I'm straight, so we're just going to drink. Like, okay, that all sounds wonderful. That's all lovely, dude. Germany is super easy to travel around. They are big on sofa surfing there. Okay, cool. Well, hopefully somebody from Germany reaches out and stuff. Trains are cheap in Germany and very, very easy. Okay, cool. I was surprised at how expensive trains were in Switzerland, so now I'm like, trains, very different costs depending on where you go. Okay, very, 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 very different costs. You can take a very comfy bus from Copenhagen to Berlin. Oh, okay, cool. I have an apartment in North Korea if you're interested. If we could coordinate it with the government, maybe. Let's see here. Do you ever watch Cash Meow? He's a Japan, He's a he's a Japan IRL streamer. No, I have not seen him. We're on Ice Things for Rent. Wait, I can't even read what you're writing. Steven will always talk to people. He would even talk to Deep Mama. Maybe he'll burn a bridge when you kill his loved ones or some shit. Yeah, exactly. I don't think it. I think he says pretty often too, like, I don't burn bridges. It's other people that burn the bridge, right? And I'm not necessarily. Gappy would likely be down. I'm sure you are friendly with him, Book. Yeah, I mean, sure. If Gappy wants to hang out IRL, just tell him to hit me up. Give me details. Give me the deets. I would love an anime discussion at the beginning and end of each season. Yeah, I actually hope that we can turn some of this into YouTube videos. Because I got a lot of actually positive feedback about the, and this is a secret VOD because Namco Bandai fucking blocked it in a bunch of countries, but we had such a long in-depth discussion about all sorts of anime. And I can have these discussions. I've watched a lot of anime and I have a lot of opinions. So, I mean, the people that enjoy anime really enjoyed those discussions. And I think they can make for decent videos or stream topics, and I'm definitely going to invite more of that into the stream because it's something that, again, takes time away from focusing on other people's content, which is not what I want to do anymore, you know? Oh, you could write Dragon's Tale if you... Oh, true. What happened to your old bikes? Sold them or wrecked them, one or the other. If you don't mind carrying a gun, you can get a 2-bedroom, 1-bath in the ghetto next to me. I don't want to live in Florida. No, thanks. Help, Step Book. I'm stuck in the shelf. What is this, bruh? Do you like Massachusetts? Never been. Never been. You can save a lot of money in the South. Cheap living. Just find a location with good internet. Yeah. Imagine straight guys thinking we can't turn them. Bruh. Enough. Take it easy on Mr. Straight Guy, okay? I just finished watching Big D's video and was here only for a minute before, but in general, it's really fucking hard to be faced with those criticisms on stream. People get ass mad about people not taking an L, and you did better than most people in these spaces could ask for. Ending simp transmission. Thank you, dude. Thank you. I appreciate it. And again, I mentioned this, but like... and this isn't to toot my own horn. It's merely to draw attention to a contrast that I'm not sure that people are thinking about, right? And this is the kind of thing where it's like, this is why I tried to be the reviewer that I tried to be and really tried to think from the other person's perspective who's being attacked. Because like, if you just think for a moment, who actually concedes at the end of a discussion, you know? How often do you get that from streamers? Maybe from somebody he invites on who's like a normie, but from streamers, how often do you get that? Right? Like, and there may be, and I've said this before, kicking and screaming on the way to get there, right? There's going to be discussion. There's going to be an exploration of hypotheticals or different arguments or whatever, you know, but like, I review a lot of stuff and I don't often see that we're getting like clear, repeated concessions, right? And that's why I try and offer those whenever I can. Clear and repeated concessions. And it's just, you know, it's something I'm realizing maybe I value more than most people. Maybe I value more than the average viewer. Maybe, and I think this is more certainly, I value more than the average streamer, right? Like, and so, you know, when these things happen, it makes me realize there is a gap between what people say that they want as viewers and what people actually want, right? And this is something we've talked about with content in particular, but I think this applies to the way you engage in conversations too. Like, some people ask that we don't have as heated of conversations or that we get to the bottom of what we agree or disagree about as quickly as possible, but then they shit on Fnatic for how he moderates his panel or what he's trying to do with it, right? Like, I am constantly confronted with incongruencies between what a lot of vocal members of the audience say and you know, what they support or how they react when they get what they want, right? And yeah, I don't know. Switzerland is expensive as fuck in general. Big wages. Yeah. Man, it's a bummer you don't dig longboarding. It would be awesome to have you for longboarding season. Have the whole crew cruise along the shore of Lake Ontario. Really amazing view. I mean, now when you say longboarding, do you mean paddleboarding? Because I enjoy paddleboarding. I'm not the best at it, but I enjoy paddleboarding. I actually had this really cute, like, afternoon with a friend of mine where her and I went out and we did paddleboarding and stuff. Like, I like paddleboarding. Paddleboarding's fun. Longboarding I've done a handful of times. Like, when it's explained to me and I get a lot of like instructional help, by the end of a surf session, I can start to like get on the waves and stuff. Standing up can be difficult, but like I can get there. I'm also fat, and that makes it more difficult than it would be if I was skinny, but you know, like, so I don't know. It's not that I don't like longboarding. It's just it's not a regular part of my life. And it's something I feel like you should practice a bit so you get good at it. And there's a lot of intricacies with reading the waves and being able to realize when you're in a big set versus a small set. And like, there's a lot that goes into being good at it and being able to do it solo that I certainly don't have. But when I'm with other people and they help me, you know, I'm down for the cause. Bro, you love to travel. You can literally do travel streams when you get a bike, strap a cam on your helmet and just stream a drive. Yeah, there's technical complications there. I've never successfully done a motorcycle stream, but I'm making no promises here, but I could try when I get back to the States. So I have an action cam. It's not a GoPro, but it is an action cam. And it might be possible to hook up a cable to it and run it to something else. But like, I don't have a whole IRL backpack set up and stuff like that. I'm not sure we could technically do it with the gear that I have right now. But I'm willing to try. What's Booksmart's actual name? Not telling you. It's Book. It was such a good stream, even though you fucking hate all my favorite anime. It's fine. The parasocial relationship is still strong. Okay, good. Blocked in other countries. Starts VPN sponsorship. I have one in the works. Didn't you already burn the Destiny bridge by stabbing him in the back? Hey, you're right. I forgot. I stabbed him in the back. How could I forget? Yeah, where's my dagger? That's where that went. I put my dagger in the DGGer and I left it there. Yeah, that's where it is. It's in Steven's back. Oh, how I've forgotten. It honestly takes me a day to lick my wounds and change my views to match new facts. Yeah, and there was definitely a period of adjustment for me as well. But there is also, I practice this a lot, like working with my chat on stuff, like my chat telling me things I'm doing that are wrong and stuff. So every opportunity I have to do this changing mind thing, I've really taken up. And this has been something I do in my real life too. It's something that Supreme could attest to. I do in private conversations with people as well. I'm really important, could probably tell you the same. Like, I work a lot, both on stream and off stream, to quickly be able to realize when a concession is necessary and when I need to like begin that process of reworking things, but knowing kind of what the outcome is going to be at the end of it before I start. And so that's something that I've worked on a long time, and I continue to work on stream and off stream. So I don't know, maybe it's a little bit easier for me. And I'm much more like acutely aware of my own fallibility. So I don't know. I don't have a ton of pride about that stuff. If I'm wrong about something, I'm wrong about something. The way I view opinions, and this is something that I got from, or the explanation I got from CGP Grey. Imagine you have a basket, right? Like an Easter basket, and you have the handle around your neck, and you have the basket in front of you. That basket is where all of your opinions go, and it should have an open top, and you should be ready to pick up a better one off the ground and put it in and drop the other one out. This should be something that you're not super duper attached to. This should be something where ideas are coming and going out of here as new information and experiences become relevant to you, right? And I would like to think that that's what I try and emulate in my discussions with people and stuff, like to name huge examples, this happened most recently with the Destiny thing, right? It happened with the cherry thing. I did not know about Dominican people. I did not know anything culturally about Dominican people. So I learned about Dominican people and immediately swapped out what I'm working with here, So like, I would say I'm quicker than most on that. And I try to just, do that and learn more and swap those out. And even then, it's not quick enough for people. And I can understand from the other side, it might be frustrating or whatever to have to spend a conversation on it or a couple of conversations on it. But I would still say that, like, compared to most of the people I personally engage with in my life that I personally see on this website, I think I'm better at consistently doing that much faster than most. And you could say that's because I'm spineless or something too. Like, that's fine. If spineless means that I change my mind with new information quickly rather than struggling in my previous thought and coming up with a gazillion reasons against whatever the new information that's presented to me is, then then I'm spineless. I would rather be spineless by your yardstick than fucking stubborn by my own, quite honestly. What time are we going to start doing uncomfy talk? We already did it. We got it out of the way up front. No, it's like skateboarding. Of course, longboarding with the skateboard. Yeah, no, it's scary, and I don't want to hurt myself, and I'm a fat fuck, and I'd break legs and ankles and shit. No, I can't. I'm not about that. The problem is no one actually wants concessions. If you go down kicking and screaming, people think you're just making excuses. And if you give concessions quickly, then they call you spineless. And yeah, I swear to God, I didn't read that before I just talked about the spineless thing. But yes, I would say that this represents a non-insignificant number of people. Trying to be careful with my language here. But like, yeah, I think I don't think it's no one actually wants concessions. I just think that, yeah, some non-insignificant number of people for sure. Yeah, I would agree, Walker. Very, very good explanation there, Walker. Okay, a lot of people about this this longboarding thing. I'm sorry, I messed up. Hey, another fake fat dingleberry falls off. What are you even talking about? Okay, congratulations. Welcome to timeout. Some people that one point of yours was incorrect because one Destiny Twitter ban was unjustified. Yeah, so, oh God, it's, so what I would encourage people to do, honest to God, if you don't understand where I was coming from on the Destiny Twitter ban like conversation, here's what I would encourage you to do, because I think this is going to help you understand me. Just try and listen to the conversation, but listen to me. I think it's a lot easier to listen to Steven. I think he has good points and whatever. If you don't understand where I'm coming from, try listening back and listen to me. Because like I think that like enough people in my audience understood it, and they're likely listening to me more than they are listening to Steven, and they seem to get it because the way that they type it is exactly how I would explain it more concisely. So I may not have done the best job of explaining myself. It may not be the easiest to explain myself when Steven is the conversational partner and he's out to do what he's out to do in the conversation. Yeah, I think everything is there for you to understand me. Like, you may not think the way that I do, and that's totally fine. But realize that other people may think about things differently. Like when Mr. Girl, not thinking that I believe what I believe about the attractiveness of young people. It could be, and you should keep this in your brain all the time, it could be that somebody just thinks fundamentally different than you, in a fundamentally different way. I mentioned on stream a lot that, like, I recognize emotional reasoning as a huge driver of human behavior, and I like to separate that from logical reasons because I think more often than not, logical reasons are not what's driving human behavior. It is emotional reasons. It is emotional responses. It is memories. I think it's not very often for people that the principles and the logic that they're putting forward is the actual driver of their behavior. It is often the framework that you built around pre-existing emotional impulses and decisions that you've made. So when I'm talking about, like, sure, at an emotional level, I would prefer that you're not on Twitter. I think that the way you engage on Twitter is bad, yada, yada. But that doesn't mean I think that necessarily a ban is justified. And furthermore, when I'm looking at the TOS thing, that TOS argument is merely an argument that I think might be helpful to people who think logically. I want to look at this logically. I want to have logical arguments or whatever. It's not my reason for believing in, like... I don't know. I don't know how else I can explain it to you guys, and I think we're past it at this point. I'm not going to spend more time on it. I feel like you can listen to that and understand me, and if you can't, then you could read through the Discord and probably understand me a little bit better. I actually even saw Reddit posts that understood what I was saying. So, like, while I may not have communicated the best, enough people understood me that I think that you can watch that back, listen to me, and you're going to understand where I'm coming from. Yeah, I'm frustrated with that. I don't really want to talk about it anymore. I think I've addressed it. I have apologized, and I've addressed concessions a gazillion times now, and I think it's time to move past it. I mean, longboarding like skateboarding. Yes, now I understand. You ever notice how people always have someone laughing next to them if they're powerful, even in any way? What is it? I don't know what this is about. I like when I time out someone because books shouldn't read it and it still does. This is something that will be solved with BGG. Because Restream doesn't get rid of any messages that you time out. Twitch does, Restream doesn't, and I have to look at Restream so I see all my chat in one place. So when we get BGG done, it'll reflect in BGG. What is this? Instead of, I assume maybe this is somebody that we timed out, so I'm going to skip it. In any case, if you just be rude to me in your message, I'm not going to read it. Do you love Dominican people? Yes. Have you thought about doing any podcasting stuff? Seems like being good at research lends itself well to it. It would just take a bunch of time to use research for podcasting and stuff. Maybe, but probably not. It doesn't have a clear path forward to like making money, so it doesn't make sense to invest a bunch of hours that really should go into better things. Like, I can only do so many things, and I can only do so many things that are hours of time that are not somehow like contributing financially to me, because I don't have the greatest financial situation. I scrape by, guys. Like I don't have the best financial situation in the world. So, you know, like, if I'm going to be spending hours on something that is not immediately going to have a payoff to it, I want that to be on community stuff. I want to be a part of my Discord clubs and doing the things that are required for that. I want to be jumping into random VC chats in my Discord. I want to be, I want to be working on behind the scenes stuff for my stream. I don't want to start a whole new project. It's not smart. Hey, Book, I want to say I'm a Destiny fan, and I believe that you are always genuine. I'm not gonna watch stream, but I thought you should know. Thanks, Skanky. Your original take, read Dominican people saying the N-word was the correct one. Don't let them. Okay. Ooh, no comment, brother. I think your take was pretty easy to understand. It's like if someone keeps killing others, he probably shouldn't get out of jail, right? No comment. I don't want to comment on any further. And I need to use that more often. I need to just tell you guys no comment on particular questions and stuff moving forward. And I'm going to exercise that privilege a lot more. If it's not something I have all my evidence for, if it's not something I think could be like a great optical thing to answer, if it's not something that I think like, if it's something I think is going to derail the whole stream, like I think I need to be more selective with who I'm choosing to respond to as well. That's why I've stayed out of this conversation in other chats. I see where you came from and I see Steven's points. I don't think it's that important. You are still friends. Sure. And that's the other thing is like, I completely understand where Steven's coming from on stuff as well. Like, it's not like where Steven's coming from is a mystery to me. And I really do feel like if you listen to both of us, you could probably understand where both of us are coming from. And you could identify why we're not connecting. And it's going to be partially my fault, and it's going to be partially Steven's fault. There is a way that both of us are approaching the conversation that is allowing neither of us to connect with each other. And part of that is like, I don't want to buy into somebody else's narrative about how I think when it is not true. I'm not going to do that. And then on the other side of things, he doesn't believe that I believe that the things I'm saying, so he cannot accept on its face the arguments that I'm putting forward. There has to be a better solution there, and he thinks he already knows what the solution is. He thinks he already knows what I believe. And that just, those 2 points alone make it to where we're never, ever, ever going to connect. It's not going to happen in that conversation, right? And then there are dozens of other things you could point out with how I don't put forward the best argument there, or I'm not, wording myself the best way possible, or Steven isn't engaging in a charitable, fashion. You could point out all these things, but at the end of the day, I think you understand where both of us are coming from and what our arguments are if you listen to the conversation. So. Book, the hate you get is so deranged. You admit when you're wrong, but it's still not good enough for people. It's ridiculous. You know what? I don't think it's all about admitting when you're wrong either, though, right? Like, I think the comparison that's been made to me, and I'm going to be very careful, and I'm going to preface this. So if there's ever a clip made of it, you know that I have prefaced this with, I don't know a lot about Joe Louis or his situations. But I've heard that it's something similar with like Joe Louis and Irrelevant, that Joe will accidentally say something or will be hyperbolic or whatever. And then he goes on Relly and he talks about it and he apologizes and whatever. But I think you can have a problem with the repeated offenses, and you can have a problem with what the repeated offenses could mean independently of whether or not each offense is apologized for or rectified or whatever, right? So, I don't think it's a problem to see a problem with all those repeated offenses. However, the problem that I have, and I don't know if this applies to Joe, so this is where the Joe thing ends. However, the issue is that if you look at the broader scope of like every single one of where these clips came from, they are overwhelmingly in support of Steven. The Bob 7 thing, it was in support of Steven. I supported Steven's side. I supported Melina's side. I felt bad for these girls. I was anti-Bob 7. If you look at the panel just before when I was talking with Hans, the panel, I like, there was a defense for Steven there. I don't know why we're all having a huge conversation about his ban when we don't even know why he was banned, right? Like, I think we're wasting his time with this sort of thing. I don't think that he needs, what's his name? I don't think he needs Rhizome there to help him make a defense for himself. I think Steven is a very capable debater. He's very capable at defense. He's had these arguments specifically about his ban, work through before. And I honestly just felt like people were wasting his time by not looking at other content that had to do with his ban before coming on and talking with him, by being uneducated about the details of it. And frankly, by like putting forward half-baked, no good arguments. I had a problem with all of that, and none of the focus was really on problems with Steven. So it's like, that's kind of the frustrating part, is a lot of the time when we're taking these clips and stuff, it's not indicative of my coverage of Steven. It's not indicative of my thoughts about Steven, right? Like, oftentimes you're just seeing frustration with other things. You're seeing my frustration with Hans about watching content that he's not enjoying when there are a gazillion other things on the internet he could be watching or listening to. It's frustrating to hear. Like, don't pretend to me that there's nothing else you could watch or listen to. If you're not enjoying Steven's content the last month or whatever, there's a gazillion other things to watch, right? There's frustration with people in my chat who are like putting out a bunch of whataboutisms and stuff, or just generally bothering me. And then, it's not fair to take it on Steven, but what you're seeing is a frustration that often does not really have to do with Steven in particular, right? Like, and you can find clips of this for other people too, and it doesn't make it right. It just means that like there is a broader thing that I need to fix, and that's getting frustrated. That's speaking out of turn. That's being hyperbolic in my statements. It's similar things to what Steven does wrong that I've told him about before. So I need to apply the same advice to what is developing in me and try and fix it, and that's what I'll be working on, But yeah, it can be frustrating. It can definitely be frustrating. Let's see here. Is Book crying? No. I get you, Books. All right, I'm off to Jacket. Okay, Potato. I don't think people understand your position. They seemingly do. I think they just don't believe you because Destiny said not to. Oh, maybe, bro. Maybe. What did you learn? Rewind the stream, buddy. I'm not gonna waste more emotional energy on people who aren't watching the stream. You're fine, but people are just trying to manufacture drama. Whatever. No comment. That being said, I don't use Twitter and I don't care about what people do on there, but I can see how Twitter doesn't want him to post what he posts. Sure. Rhetorically effective 2022, like Steven was rhetorically effective in 2021, never was. Okay, no comment, dude. I actually think he did work on his rhetoric in the year they say he was going to work on his rhetoric. So I don't know. You could think it was not enough, but you could think it was not enough for any sort of endeavor that people embark upon. That is a matter of subjectivity. And I must say, as a reviewer and as somebody watching his content that year, I actually do think he worked on his rhetoric. So I think there was a general improvement. Destiny calling you a liar really soured my view of him. I don't know, bro. If you think I'm lying, though, then you're probably not bothered by it, right? So, I don't know, bro. It looks like there is a nice amount of demand for an art channel looking at Discord. I'm very, very, very hyped. Well, I look forward to your DM and the list of names and to get that started then. Just have an idea of what you want to do with the club. What are the activities looking like so that I know and I can promote it on my stream. And yeah, we'll get that. Did you kiss in the end? I wish. Nah, we didn't. That probably would have, saved us quite a bit. Steven has told his chat to F off with the Booksmarts hate on his Reddit the past 2 days. I am happy to hear it. I will take your word for it. So that's cool to hear. It's good to hear. What do you do when you are sure about someone's intentions, but they are denying it? Well, you have a gazillion options, right? You're not forced into a corner. So I would say that there are two main things. Number one, you can be forthcoming about calling him a liar, right? I don't believe you. I don't think you're, and we saw that in the conversation with Mr. Girl. We saw that in the recent conversation with Steven. You just be forthcoming that you think that they're lying. I think that transparency is something that, some folks value, and that's certainly an approach that you could take there. Another, and, this is generally how I approach things, is I ask enough questions to build the case in my head beyond a reasonable doubt that that something is afoot, and then I be quiet. I just wait until I'm out of the situation, and then I determine with a cooler head what to do about it. Because I think there's often like a shock and stuff when you think somebody is like straight up lying to you about something, and it's not often, in my opinion, as important that you know that they're lying, in my experience, as it is to know why they're lying. So like there have been times where like I am like, oh, this person said that like last week they were doing this on this day, but I know they weren't doing that on this day. Let's say that I call them out on it. No, you weren't. You weren't there on that day. You were here on this day. No. I specifically remember I got photos on my phone. You were definitely with me at the mall that day. So I don't know why you're lying about this, whatever. What if that person was lying because you're talking with their spouse and they were getting them a gift from the mall, or they were returning something that maybe they got as a gift and maybe they were embarrassed to share that, right? Like maybe if you knew why the person is lying about the thing, then it would change the way you would engage with it. Maybe the best option isn't to call that out in the moment necessarily. This doesn't apply at all to my situation. I'm not lying with Steven, but I'm saying like, when you encounter those things in real life, I often don't act on it until I understand why it's happening. I don't often find that people are like flippantly lying about shit. And if they do, then that's like a whole personality thing about the person that you see all the time. But I think that for normal folks, they're lying with a very intentional reason. They're lying because they're trying to hide something, or they're lying because they're trying to obscure something. And sometimes the reason for that is something where like, I will play along and pretend like I did not see it because for one reason or another, it might make sense. Or it's for a really bad reason. And I actually do feel compelled to point it out because that wasn't a good reason to be doing that. And it's actually bad, but yeah, so normally I just ask questions to really solidify down that they are like super duper double banking on this lie. And it is definitely a lie. And then I try to figure out what the intentions are there. The difference is Joe Lewis consistently makes racist comments. I don't know, bro. And that's why I said, I don't know about this Joe situation. Can't say, bro. Joe Lewis is racist as well. Okay, well, I feel like people get hooked up on a single point you make where you disagree, completely forgetting about all your other points there in support. I would agree. Had the same stuff happen in Chud and Dylan's chat. One calls me a dumb fuck lefty, and the other I get called a Nazi. It's so weird to me. And I get called an R-slur in Chud's chat, which is still a problem now. Like, I will say, I still think Chud needs to be a little bit more careful with his coverage and stuff, because he can do some bad stuff, and I made this clear to him in private and in public. My dad is black. He'd never say the shit Joe Lewis would say. Okay. Hey, Booksmarts, on/off Destiny viewer since Justin TV days. Wow, that's a long, long time. He just came off as uncharitable the whole convo? Maybe. I can sympathize with the dinner discomfort 1,000%. That's the one point that I feel like I got the most understanding on, even from Supreme, you know? And you might think Supreme's there to suck my dick or whatever. I actually think that Supreme was trying to be as fair as possible. I think he was being nice to me as a friend. I think he would definitely be meaner if it was like Katarana versus Prime or something like that, you know what I mean? But I think he was fair, you know? And he kept all the same stuff when we talked offline as well. He was, or not offline, off stream. You know, he's like, hey, I don't think this is good. I think you fucked up here. I think this is a pattern of behavior and you have to fix something about this. I think like this isn't the first time that, you know, this has happened. And it, you know, I understand that it doesn't match up with the broader content, whatever, but I think that's even more of a reason to address it. Make sure people don't have this kind of fodder to distract from what you're trying to do or distract from, you know, the broader points you're trying to make. This does nothing but take away from like the central things you're trying to communicate. So you need to cut back on these. You need to figure out what does it take to make sure that these kinds of things don't happen, right? So yeah, and the dinner discomfort is one of those things where he, you know, was understanding of that. I think there were enough people that I heard in my chat on the Reddit and in other places who understood it. So I'm happy at least that gets through to people and they can understand where I'm coming from and understand how the extra context he added doesn't necessarily change what I would feel about it. It would change how it is perceived if I told the story, but now we're essentially talking about a hypothetical world where I did have all that context, which I didn't have, right? So, you know, it'd be what it be. Can we bring back the sitting down to pee as God tier Discord? No, we spent a lot of time on that. Okay, this person's being blocked. Let's see here. This person is being blocked as well. This person is being blocked as well. Do you think if you mentioned that the TOS span and your personal feelings towards his Twitter behavior are separate reasonings in the original clip, this thing would have gone different? Yes. Maybe. I actually don't know. Looking back on it, I don't know. I don't know if he would have reacted to the clip the same way. But I also think that if we got down to like both of us arguing with each other and the clip worded it exactly that way, I think you would still believe that one reason is actually the one that I believe in and that the one is not, right? So I don't know. It's really difficult to say. I will admit I don't like hearing the N-word from anybody, be it black or white, ER or A. I was racially abused as a child. I was called the N-word. When black people use the N-word, even with an A, it's internalized racism. Well, that is the opinion of Sam Bucka, not my opinion. I will make no comment on these matters because we are being rhetorically smart book smarts, so I have no comment on these sorts of things. I don't know. I feel like that's a lot of goodwill to grant towards maybe towards close friends, but not in general. Sure. Another mistake I think I make is in expecting maybe more goodwill from Steven than is reasonable or that like rational me understands will be given. So maybe racist people got black people calling themselves the N-word without having to do it themselves. Okay, Sam, I'm going to stop reading these. If Chud was more relevant to discourse, I think he would get some pretty meaty takedown vids, I think. Perhaps. No hate here. It's just easy to see why Destiny wouldn't trust you after the N-bomb in public comment, etc. And he has a lot of reason to act and feel defensive at the moment. Supreme was unbiased and fair in my opinion. Yeah, like I get not trusting because of the other people and stuff, but I will say this. This is so hard. You guys have to understand that when I look at people, I am applying my religious or spiritual lens to things. And that can often make me have different opinions than you might have. So in my spiritual system, I think we're all cut from the same cloth. I think consciousness is like exactly the same for everybody. And the only thing that can change the experience of consciousness is like the biological mechanism by which it manifests. I think that like ultimately we're all like the exact same person or the exact same functioning bit of like self, that it then has to grow up in very different scenarios with a very different body, with a very different brain chemistry and stuff. But at the end of the day, I think all of us in the consciousness that we're all cut from is the exact same thing. And we're going to return to it. And then we're going to have to be pushed through another kind of mold, another kind of person, another kind of body that we're going to have to live through. So from this body's perspective, when I look at the Steven body's perspective, I can understand why you wouldn't trust and stuff like that because of all this stuff that's going on around you. But it would not be something that I would encourage that self to engage in. I think I would still advocate against it. I think I would still be like, well, think about this. Like, if a lot of people are against you and are backstabbing you and stuff, I think one of the most important things to consider is who is on your team. What's more important, I think, than identifying who's backstabbing you is really identifying who is on your team. And I think that maybe your evaluation and your energy and your focus should be on like, all right, who do I think is on my team? Who do I think is in my corner? Who do I think is like, defending me and stuff like that? And I think that a proper rational evaluation of the content that I put out, which for all I know, he doesn't watch. So, is that I am more of an ally to him than I am an enemy to him. And to be treated as an enemy feels bad from my perspective. For most other people, I think it could be something that turns them into an enemy, which he's done with people numerous times in the past. I think for a recent example, I think we kind of see that with BX Bullet or other people that he gets mad at and treats a certain way, and then they kind of go anti-Destiny for a little bit. I'm not going anti-Destiny, but I don't know. I can understand it, but I don't think it's something that I would encourage, like considering that might be me someday. It wouldn't be the advice that I would give myself, and it wouldn't be a kind of off the hook kind of thing that I would give myself. Let's see here. Sitting down to pee is the best. I would agree. When I was watching the convo, I realized early on you had assumed the original Twitter ban was justified and was waiting for a very long time before someone else said it, and that was supreme. Perhaps, yeah. Wasn't he strictly talking about how people perceived it? I don't know. I'm far behind in the chat here. Let me try and catch up. I'm not reading this N-word stuff, Sam. Sam, honestly, you are getting a personal...
I swear to God, I'll pistol whip the next guy that says shenanigans.
You are getting a personal shenanigans on the N-word. No more, Sam. You're cut off. No more N-word discourse from me, buddy. Have you read The Egg? Yeah, it's essentially like The Egg. Now that was towards when people lie, I do think that Destiny, oh God, we need some comments here, was a bit untrusting. I feel like you have ground to expect a bit of goodwill from him. Oh, okay, cool. However, okay, let's see what's after the but here, a fancy but. When looking at his reasoning, it does hold up. Me personally, from my viewer lens, I believe you, but understand his point. Okay, same, I think. I wish people wouldn't throw out your entire character over stuff like this. Everyone should understand now that fuck-ups happen on stream. There's hours of good content, but everyone just looks at the clip and focuses on mistakes. Sure, but here's another thing. Entertainment platform. A lot of the entertainment in the economy, specifically in the Twitch politics space, is about finding clips of other people that did or said something wrong and then justify genocide. I think that like this is a thing of human nature. When it is okay to do horrific things to other people or to write them off or to say shitty things about them, we enjoy the opportunity. We thrive in it, right? Like there are people that talk about the dead Russians in Ukraine and are like, ha ha, fucking, they deserve it. Yeah, they should burn in hell. Or actually on Reddit, you see this a lot. If you watch the videos from different subreddits of like thieves being punished in Brazil, you see a lot of this. a lot of really bad versions of this. Yeah, fuck that guy. He got what he fucking deserved. That person should have curb stomped him too. He should have cut off both of his hands and done, like, people go crazy. The moment that there is justified violence or justified shitting on people or bullying people, harassing people, writing shitty things about people, whatever the fuck you want to call these different things and however they manifest, I think that once you find somebody that a community or a group of people can justify the negative things done towards them, everybody will jump on, and it's a very fun thing. And that is something about Twitch space that is not unique to Twitch, and it is something that I don't know, is maybe human nature or something, buddy. It sucks when you're on the receiving end of it, but I think what's more important is to remember that acutely for when you're on the delivering end, right? And that's something that I hadn't done fully when I'm watching Destiny stuff. I think I'm far more charitable to other people than I am Steven, and that's a problem. And that's a problem that I'm trying to fix, and that became apparent to me after this conversation. I think he deserves more charitability and positive stuff than I am even giving him on the stream, although I am giving him quite a bit. And I just have to be super careful because I know DGG is going to treat me this way. Like, I've known for a long time that they're going to treat me this way at any opportunity that they have to do it. And it doesn't matter what my larger content is, doesn't matter what the larger message is, doesn't matter what else I said. Ultimately, it just takes the one thing. And as long as they can be right about the one thing, they will harp on it, and that'll be the focus. And that'll be one of the many points that they will put together of failures to paint the image of me in a negative light. And that is what it is, dude. It's just, it's kind of like a forced nature that I have to deal with. It can come off really weird when your statements can read the way they have when you are the rhetoric guy. Yeah, I mean, like, here's the thing. A coach of tennis who coaches Olympic people is not necessarily an Olympic level tennis athlete, right? I think that you can look at somebody like Alan Watts. Let's look at Alan Watts. Philosopher dude. Lots of advice on how to enjoy life and go with the flow and seek balance and whatever. Raging alcoholic. Failed marriages. Lots of bad stuff going on with that dude's life, right? Like the happy tree guy, Bob Ross. A military drill instructor, right? Like there's contrasts between people, and people can do things that are hypocritical or that are outside of the scope of their advice, or don't follow their advice, or make mistakes that their advice would solve. Like, there's a reason why I give out the advice that I give, because it's something we all fuck up on all the time. We all fuck up on rhetoric all the time. We all fuck up on how we could be perceived and stuff like that. And we all have to work on it, especially in streaming, because streaming is a weird thing compared to being a normal person in the normal world. Being a normal person in the normal world, I could probably have a conversation like what I had with Steven and be okay and reach some understanding with people. I could say the things that I said and probably get in no trouble, and nobody would share it with anybody, right? But when I'm on here hours and hours and hours talking nonstop and having to come up with all that on the spot, right? Like, I don't think a lot of people could do it, number one. And number two, when you do that, stuff's going to come up. You are a rambling train of emotions and stuff, and it is easy to fuck up and say some stupid shit that you shouldn't have said. And that happens with Steven a lot. A lot. Happens with me. Like, a lot, clearly, because, this is the characterization of me. But just because I am, like, the rhetoric guy, just because I give advice to debate people, like, it doesn't mean that I'm a saint or that I get all that stuff right. Oftentimes it means they get it wrong, and that's why I feel compelled to share it with you guys, right? I think a lot of the life smart stuff that I share with you, for instance, usually starts with, like, hey, I fucked this thing up. And I fuck it up good. I fuck it up long, and I fuck it up hard. So every time I fuck it up, here's the way that I unfuck it, right? And I think there's a lot of that on the stream. There's a lot of like, hey, I was feeling really sad, or I am feeling really sad. Here's how I'm going to tackle that. Like, I felt really sad maybe because I read Reddit comments that I shouldn't have. I engaged in debate past the point that I should have. Like, honest to God, probably should have quit the conversation with Steven when he said I was a liar, that I was lying. And that's a mistake that I made with Mr. Girl too. I kept going in the conversation after he just said he thinks that I'm lying. and he's not hearing me out, right? Like, I fucked up twice now with that, right? Like, I think fuck ups point to something in your brain or in your character, whatever, and it's going to take time to fix those things. And you might fuck up a bunch. You may actually never even fix it before you die. I could get hit by a train tomorrow and I never fixed it, right? Because I never consistently did the opposite and didn't have a problem. So, you know, like, we make mistakes for particular reasons. And as somebody who's coming from like behavioral psych, I understand it's going to take time to fix those things. Like when I'm telling you guys, I want to be better about these hyperbolic statements and whatever, I'm going to do everything I can to create an environment and prep and whatever to make sure that I do the right thing. But I might fuck up. I very well might. And if I do again, maybe I'm absolutely done. And even more DGGers minds, you know, maybe there was even a clip in this stream, despite the entire focus of the stream being about how I'm going to try and fix the problems that were demonstrated in that, there could be still clips in here that get me in trouble, right? Like, and some problems are way more within your control or way more clear that you're still fucking up than others. If I had a moment of slip up in here, I think that's way less of a fucking problem. And I'm going to make a crazy comparison on the other side to highlight a contrast between me and somebody that maybe steals from their friends all the time. And like, you're like, hey, buddy, so this is like the third time that you've stolen something from me. Stop stealing from me every time you come over to my house or you're not invited over anymore. And they steal something again. Like, you're probably justified in thinking that person's a thief and not letting them into your house anymore because they're going out of their way to steal shit and hide it from you the whole time and then leave with your shit, right? Like, having these slip-ups when our whole job is to talk for a very, very long time and whatever, and giving no kind of credence to like how much effort they're putting into being rhetorically, you know, on point for the rest of it, I think that's fucky. That's fucky. And even when I review people, I usually try to point out like, hey, we had like a few mistakes here in rhetoric, but on the whole, it was really good. And I think like with the BX Bullet thing, I was like, yeah, sure. When he calls her psychotic and stuff, major oopsie, major not good. Whole that section, very bad. But you know what? He was good the whole time up until this. He endured a lot. And that's why we reached this moment here. And honestly, in my opinion, I can understand it. And to an extent, I can even think it's justified, you know? And I wish that the same thing was applied with me here. Like, okay, sure. This chatter said this, and then he responded to it, and it was this thing. Or, yeah, he slips up, he says this thing, but the whole time he's saying a different thing. So what do I believe? Do I choose to really think that this is what he's doing? Do I really choose to think that he's going out of his way to be this way? Do I really choose to think this represents his opinion? Or do I look at you know, like, I don't know. We keep repeating this, but do you not see how you hold on. Commas. Do you not see how you act could be perceived as quite hostile in the most passive way? I don't understand the way you're wording this. I don't know if it's just that you didn't have enough characters on YouTube, but I see there being like a huge contrast to quite hostile in the most passive way. If you mean like how you could be perceived as being like passive aggressive or condescending or any of these things, 110%. I prefer being passive aggressive over being overtly aggressive. 10 times out of 10. So yeah, if I come off as passive aggressive and I show my aggression in a passive way, yeah, it happens. It is a choice over being like overtly aggressive. And you could have your opinion on which one is better. But although the part that I'm worrying about here, AWeb, is I don't know what this is specifically relating to. Are we what part of what conversation are we talking about where you think that the thing could be perceived as quite hostile in the most passive way? I think you should express your discomfort with his actions at the dinner in private before bringing it to a public forum. Sure, that's fair. It can seem shady to not say anything that night but blast him on stream. For sure, I agree. Just tell him it's fun to dunk on him. He'll appreciate the honesty more than the loyalty. But that's not the reason why it's happening, so that's a lie. So I'm not going to tell him that. Your pee takes are slightly worse than Destiny's food takes. I disagree. Sitting down while you pee as a man is base. You're nothing like BX Bullet. She's very dumb. which might make your perceived treason worse. I do think your N-word in public thing was very bad to say publicly about a public figure with Destiny's past. Yes, although it was about that, right? Like, I don't know. I'm not going to, again, I'm going to put a general shenanigans on the N-word thing, just in general.
I swear to God, I'll pistol whip the next guy that says shenanigans.
Because, like, I've talked about this already. I've talked about this on his stream where I got my points out. You have Wicked Supreme interpreting them. I've talked in this stream about it. I think I'm done with responding to comments about this N-word thing in particular. Because I've given you a gazillion different, like, when I'm reading this, any response that I want is already something that I've said. I don't want to like mess it up because now I'm getting frustrated and whatever. And so that's part of fixing things is like, if I'm getting frustrated, I'm not going to give you the best response. The response exists in other places and I'll default to that. Let's see. Fucked around and found out where comeuppance Reddits are toxic cesspools. Yeah, kind of crazy. Was the thieves in Ukraine tied to Polish stuff real? I don't know. Let's see. Sometimes the people that are down bad on their personal could give the best advice. Yeah, maybe. Hello, Booksmarts. I'm a DGGer, but I still like you. Keep on going on. Thanks, Nate. I will. Good morning, Nicholas. Oh, Nicholas, hi. How are you? I'm sorry, I'm way behind in chat. I'm trying to catch up like really quick. I'm like scrolling and just looking for ats to me and trying to ignore the rest of it. The self-pity vibes are coming in a bit strong at the moment. Be very careful, anime, because now you're approaching like territory of getting blocked on YouTube, and I don't want to do it, but these aren't like productive comments that you're putting out here, bro. Let's see here. Stun locked? Yeah, unfortunately I got stun locked. I'm moving on. I'm trying to scroll past all this. Books, would you say that the bridges burn? No. And I already answered that. But Watts made me meditate. Yeah, the messaging is still good for people. The same way I think a lot of the messaging we give on stream could be helpful to people, particularly if you want to get involved in the debate. Do as I say, not as I do, or whatever the phrase is. In Bob Ross's defense, I never thought I'd start a sentence this way. Bob Ross didn't like the way he acted in the Air Force in Alaska, and then he changed for the better. Yeah, for sure. And I don't like the way that I acted in those clips, right? Like, yeah. I'm like an hour late to chat, but Booksmarts, I love watching you suffer. Well, I'm happy to hear it. You know what? You can watch it firsthand because I want to finally solidify an interview with you, Counterpoints. I want to talk about the mutual aid stuff you're doing on your Discord and stuff. I didn't know about it until somebody told me just the other day, and it sounds really, really, really interesting. I kind of want to talk to you more about that. I think the big lesson is that empathy is a skill and people should work on it. Sure. I don't know if that's the main takeaway. That seems very like dismissive of Steven's half of things. I don't want to do that. Can you not understand that optically saying what you said made Destiny mad because people can clip it? No, I understand that. Yes. They don't have to engage in the full video. Sure. Not they. Steven doesn't have to engage in the full video. He can be upset just of the clip. There is no they here. We're talking about Steven. I would hold chatters to a different degree. Because this is about Steven. It's okay that it upsets Steven. These things that I'm saying do not apply one-to-one to chatters. Chatters is a different story. So that's why, like, if by they you mean Steven, then for sure. I don't know if Steven uses they, them now, but... yeah, if you mean Steven, same thing you're worried about. He's upset. You're providing ammo. Sure. As long as we're talking about Steven, that whole comment, I agree. It was bad optics. Yeah, sure. 100%. Hey, you were a nice duder. I like you. Good to hear, Living Bright. I like you too, buddy. It's a cute little smiley face. I don't think it's fair to expect people to watch entire streams to see what you mean, especially when those clips are so negative. I have a button for this, don't I? Because I could get into this. I could, I could give a nuanced perspective and take here. But instead, in light of my rhetoric arc,
prefer really not to speak. If I speak, I am in big trouble. In big trouble. And I don't want to be in big trouble.
Yeah, so that's what I'll say there. Destiny will stand by his statements, though. You did walk back most of the egregious claims you made, which is good, but in the future, maybe qualify, caveat it, or not make as in... Yeah, that's... I don't know if you caught the beginning of the conversation. I'm trying really hard not to be frustrated right now. So I'll probably end the stream very soon because I think we've covered all the stuff we're going to cover. And at this point, I'm repeating stuff we've already covered in the stream, which is why I'm mentioning this Justisen. Yeah, so we talked about that earlier. The goal moving forward is to be better when we do reviews and to not involve alcohol in it. Only stick to the things that I would be comfortable really defending. Be very careful when I respond to chatters. Try not to give people this fodder for the clips. And really stick to whatever my central thesis is for the review of something. Don't watch stuff live. If I'm going to watch stuff live, I'm not going to be commenting a ton on it or making definitive statements. I want to save that for when I do a review. And then more generally, since this is an ongoing problem, probably best not to keep doing this. So we're going to still do reviews on things that I'm really, really passionate about, things I have a thesis statement about that I want to share. We'll probably listen to maybe some common drama stuff or some shit posts, when we're doing drawing streams or video games, maybe in the background. Being very, very careful about my statements moving forward is something we're doing to help fix this. Okay. I'm not responding to your thing about comments or commas. Debate Dan? No, thank you. That's not a smart idea. They want to see you frustrated. Stay cool. I get you. I don't know if these people want to see me frustrated. I don't know if that's the entire goal. Maybe somebody is sitting there really happy that they're frustrating me, but I don't know. Maybe be a streamer and not think not everyone was here when you said something. I just did. Like something like this is only there to upset me. I'm not letting it upset me, but something like that, saying something like that, Doogie, is only there to upset me. So, for these people that are doing that, I'm going to put you on a final notice. If I keep scrolling and Doogie does something else like that, Doogie, you're timed out, buddy. You've lost your privilege. He almost read my Bob Ross joke. Almost, buddy. He almost got me. Good to see you back, Book. What's up, Kool-Aid? Listening it live, I thought of it as like a funny story and was surprised to find out DGG sewing about it the next day. You and me both, buddy. You and me both. But, you have to handle it very differently. Me being the person that said it and you not being the person that said it. Let's see. Honestly, Destiny only sees the critical stuff you say because that's what Drama Frogs link. Yep. And that gets back to what I didn't want to comment on before about the other person, about watching the whole VOD. I don't think it's about that. I think a lot of my problem is with Drama Frogs. His perception is warped because he doesn't see the positive stuff you say. Yeah, sure. Don't sweat it too much. I'm going to try not to. Be more careful in the future. I will. It's all you can do. It's all you need to do. Thanks, Wells. You're very kind. Let's say you'd like to start a club, animation. There isn't a lot of interest because a lot of people don't know how accessible it is. Is there somewhere to elevator pitch a club? In any of the chats. I would advise that you maybe try and do it in the anime chat, but yeah, just like, here's the thing. I think you should DM people. Ask people into a discussion chat, into good faith or something, to talk about animation. You need to organically do this. I could create a chat where you guys are fielding people for your clubs, but you're going to have a difficult time as a leader. You're going to have to be consistent. You're going to have to organize club events. You're going to have to get to know all the members. You're going to have to do these things anyways. So I think what's a good first hurdle for you as a club leader is to actually have to make connections with people in the Discord, get in their DMs, pitch the idea to people individually, and really find people that have this interest and spark this interest in people organically. That's what I would say. It makes your job harder, but I think it'll be good because it'll be hard once you start working as well. My empathy comment was more about communities dogpiling on someone they perceive as bad. I think that's what you were talking about when I wrote it. Oh, okay, cool. Sorry, I'm very behind. I think this is a result of inhuman, absurd levels of analysis applied to complicated interactions, and even the smartest people on Earth wouldn't be able to get through it unscathed. Well, it wouldn't be helpful if I took that perspective, and I certainly don't think that way. But yeah, if I took that perspective as very defeatist, then it's like nothing I could do would fix it, and I don't think that's necessarily the case. Yeah, we could have chill streams. Today's not going to be a chill stream because we're addressing controversy and doing announcements and lots of stuff. But, today's stream is going to be different. Future stream is going to be more chill. Like tomorrow, when I go and do my IRL stuff, that's going to be hella chill. Yo, Book, when are we getting an Elden Ring stream? Never, ever, ever. No, it's not on the horizon. I'm never, ever doing that. The curated selection of book concierge content, that's the good shit. Yeah, we'll have more of that. Do you think you and Mr. Girl's situation is similar to the one with Destiny? In some regards, yes. In some regards, no. My comment was based. What are you on? I'm not reading it. Being a streamer is a toxic career. Depending on what you stream. Yeah. Maybe in general. Sure. This is a fair generalization, maybe. I still want you to play League with Dan. I
prefer really not to speak. If I speak, I am in big trouble. In big trouble. And I don't want to be in big trouble.
Do a review of Destiny versus Mr. Medicare? I've never seen it. Maybe. If I find something compelling about it that I want to share with everybody, maybe. But I don't know about that. Gappy V's community organized a weeb chat through Ayaya Riot. I don't even know what that is. And I don't know. Art streams are pretty poggers. Yeah, art streams are song requests. Yeah, that was fun when we took song requests and stuff. We definitely do more art streams. More art streams are definitely in the future because I really like doing the art streams and I want to make stickers and prints and all sorts of other shit. So art streams are in the future. Sure, we can take song requests too. I also want to kind of do listening to the YouTube playlist of a music club as well. Hey, Booksmarts, I am a DGGer, and I really love your content. Keep it up. Thanks, Jordan. Good to have your kind represented here. I'm happy to hear it. Do you care to attempt to correct the record on the Rhetoric Guy narrative? So Salad Tosser is a longtime viewer, and that's probably why they felt compelled to comment about it. When I initially read the person's chat message about that, I didn't want to get stuck on it and stun locked when I was so far behind in the chat, but now that I'm caught up. Yeah, I don't like that title that has been bestowed upon me. The reason why we focused on rhetoric initially was simply because that was the problem with Steven's content at that time, per my own analysis. But that's not everybody's problem. Nor is it necessarily all that we focus on, especially in the last maybe 6 months to maybe even a year of debate reviews. If people watch that stuff, it's not all about rhetoric. You could even go back to something like the Richard Wolff debate review. We're not only focusing on rhetoric. A lot of the focus there is on logic. There are logical things that are being missed out on and misinterpreted. So, and in the actual stream that some of these problems came from, where I'm looking at this panel of people talking to Steven about his ban. There's actually a lot of logical critiques in the reviews that I do. It's just that the rhetoric I think is stuck. And it's funny because I try not to be rhetorically sound a bunch of the time. I make jokes that are most certainly not rhetorically sound. I do accents and voices. I make implications about sexual things and racial things and historical things that are not good. This rhetoric guy thing, I have never been this like rhetorically super sound, following it by the T guy. Not at least ever when I've been popular on this website. Maybe for the first like few months that I was streaming, or the first month or two, I tried to be uber careful about what I was saying and stuff because I was afraid of the internet and getting in trouble with DGG and whatever. But like, anybody that watches me for a long time, like Salad, probably recognizes that, yeah, I often bring up that it's annoying to be the rhetoric guy because it's not really what I do. It's not really the whole focus of what I do. It's just something I've had to kind of deal with as my image for a while. And it'll be nice to eventually be done with reviews and move past that entirely and just be able to have fun. Let's see here. It's kind of sad Book and Dan don't get along, but I blame Dan for sabotaging any potential bridge. No comment. Sorry if you already said so, but do you have any plans to review the Bob 7 stuff? No. I already did. I did a very, very long stream about that, that even other streamers have restreamed in its entirety. So lots of that out there. I think both of them funny people, but big personalities usually clash. Sure. I'm not an Oxford comment denier, but I'm not responding to you. I think Drama Frog is dismissive of a broader, more concerning phenomena. Do you think people aren't playing toxic team sports? A mirror of wanting your guy to win is seeing one mistake or failure. Here's my concern is if I engage in this topic further, I'm going to create clips and people are going to be able to misinterpret me to think that like I think this whole problem is because of clip chimps, or I think this entire problem is because of people who are playing team sports or something. And I don't want that to happen. So in the interest of that, I'm just not going to say anything more about this. Libro inteligente o pues inteligencia de libro. Cool. That's a lot of Spanish. Let's see here. All these other monolingual peasant chatters. Jesus, bro. If you know Book well, he's a pretty edgy guy at times. Yeah. And if you've hung out with me in private, you also know I am. Like that's why I like Steven initially, right? Like I like the edginess, sure. I think debates is a place where we have to be careful about edginess and it gets them in trouble. And that's why like the advice is what it is, but like, yeah, I enjoy that kind of stuff. And anybody could tell you that who knows me personally, right? Like, yeah, like ask Supreme, is Booksmarts edgy in private? Like, yeah, he is a little bit edgy in private. Yeah. And I think I bring that out in other people as well, but that's neither here nor there. Is debate coach but not a debater title more accurate or useful? Sure, yeah. I think it's self-explanatory given my engagement on this website. I don't really debate people ever, right? Yeah. Like I think the content speaks for itself, right? How often do I do debates versus doing debate streams or debate coaching, right? And that's not even to speak for like my in private stuff. In case you didn't know, I do private commission debate reviews if people want them. And so, I do a bunch of those. And yeah, I would say most of my focus is on coaching or advice or going through transcripts and finding issues. It's not like I don't enjoy debate. I don't enjoy politics. I don't enjoy arguing with people about stuff. Like, it's not fun for me most of the time. So it's just not something I do. How do you hope to balance your inner desire to have more freedom to be edgy while also remaining cautious about being crucified? But you just don't talk about people. That's what you do. You don't talk about individual people. You talk about the Iraqis. You talk about the Arabs. You talk about the, the Mexicans. You talk about, anything but the actual people that are on this website, I think. Any group of people. You talk about comedians. You can talk about streamers. You could talk about whatever. Just be vague and broad in general. And I think that's what I will try to do. I picked a bunch of countries there to fuck with you guys. And I pronounced them all as wrong as I could possibly do, obviously. But yeah, so that's a good example. Like, I think I can just be edgy or be funny or be hyperbolic about stuff that is not related to individuals on this website. And that's what I'll do. So, I don't care about being chimped necessarily about like a edgy joke. I think those are funny. I don't mind an impression like the one I did of Donkey or ones I've done of Steven. I don't mind those. Like, If you look at that and then you label me as a racist streamer or whatever, you're not the intended recipient of such a joke, right? Like, if that upsets you, you're probably not the person who I intend to be laughing along with everybody else, right? So I don't know. I have way less of a problem with that. I have way more of a problem with like my reviews being characterized by individual clips. That's annoying because I work really hard on them most of the time. Book like Steven initially, not anymore. No, I didn't say that. It's completely fair. As a fan of both of you, though, I'll confidently say the chat was a complete disappointment, calling you a backstabber for at worst a mistake / bad take, but not bad faith. Yeah, it is what it is. I don't think Wicked Supreme is a very edgy person. No, I don't think so either. He's pretty vanilla. Yo, what are your top 3 least edgy takes? Although I think Supreme has talked on stream before about like when he was younger, maybe like playing video games and stuff, but certainly not now. What are your top 3 least edgy takes? Be kind unto others. Do unto others as you would have done unto yourself. And masturbation feels good. Let's see here. Are you Hispanic? Yes. Did you learn Spanish in school? Yes. Can you teach us how to make money off the internet so we could travel? I could, but it's so far removed from what I normally do for content that probably not. There's a lot of guides online. You could spend some time looking at them. Intelligent liberal opposes intelligence of liberal. Don't get the point. I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, bro. Don't talk about individual persons, just non-natural persons. Yeah, sure. Just don't piss off the furries.
Prefer really not to speak. If I speak, I am in big trouble. In big trouble. And I don't want to be in big trouble.
Where are the timestamps? Do you see how I'm still live? How the Holy monk ass. Hold on. Booksmarts. Remember, frustration. You're working on yourself. Chat, you got to hold me accountable if I start slipping, okay? Respond to this person. They probably don't understand how that comment looks to you. That's fine. They don't get your perspective, buddy. Just, where are the timestamps? I will put them on the video when I am all done streaming, because I have this limitation where if I'm streaming, I can't really add the timestamps while I'm streaming. I don't have that set up, so you're going to have to wait until I have reviewed the VOD after. Beginning clipped is worse than getting screen capped? Disagree. I kind of like getting screen capped. I'm going to be real with you. Queen Janie. Hello. Welcome. Good to have you. Party of 14. Welcome all of you. I'm at the closing of this stream, though. In case you missed it, I had a bit of a bad conversation with Stephen Bonelli, with Mr. Destiny. And so this stream is about kind of addressing that. I think I did a decent job of conceding on all the stuff that was fucked up when I was on Steven's stream, but we reiterated that. We talked about some changes that are being made to my content to, do better in the future. Taking reviews a lot more seriously, really sticking to my guns and only doing the things that I have a ton of evidence for, being careful not to give people ammo to clip me, and trying not to be hyperbolic, trying not to say shit that I wouldn't defend when my number gets pulled and I'm in a conversation with the person. So that's all stuff I'm going to be working on. And then beyond that, at a larger level, moving away from this stuff, which is something I've been working on for a long time. This is not necessarily related to this event, although this event was a good bit of fire under my ass to continue with that process. So we're going to be focusing on doing drawing streams, doing content that is off of Twitch, like reviewing r/am I the asshole on Reddit, or r/change my view on Reddit, right? Similar fodder for content where it's like I can talk about what is convincing, what isn't convincing, what do I think here, what do I not think here, but doesn't involve streamers, doesn't involve people close to me, doesn't get a community riled up necessarily. So that's the plan, Stan. And beyond that, I have a Discord, in case you didn't know, with a bunch of clubs like the Music Club, the Anime Club, the Movie Club. And I want you guys to join that. Have fun with it. On Sunday at 3 p.m. Pacific time, for instance, we have the Academy Awards for Movie Club. Every season of Movie Club, they look at all the films that they watch together and then they give out some awards. So I'm looking forward to that. I told the club leader that we might have some people who have never been to Movie Club before. So please make sure that we include a synopsis and explanation of what the discussion around the film was in the club for people who weren't there. And we'll be doing that. So that's really cool. Anime Club will be on Friday at noon Pacific Standard Time. So what we'll be doing is catching up on this season of anime, in particular Spy X Family, which is something I'm really looking forward to watching. And I'll watch that with you guys. And yeah, and then we'll talk about it. And then we'll keep going with Anime Club and stuff. So I want to focus on my community. I want to focus on doing things like Jack's Box with you guys or Jack's Games. I want to focus on the clubs and give them more of a highlight, spotlight, share more stuff that I actually like with stream, and not feel like I'm pigeonholed into doing debate stuff or doing politics stuff or doing review stuff. We'll still do it for sure. It is how I keep my life afloat. But I really want to see if we can become financially stable just doing other stuff. And if possible, then to just focus on that at whatever size that is and build that up organically. There isn't necessarily a need to keep doing this debate stuff. There's other ways of growing, and I'll be exploring those as well. This week and next week are mostly focused on community, really building up those clubs and promoting them more often and stuff. And once I kind of have a grasp on that, might take 2 to 4 weeks, then I want to focus on, all right, what's another way to grow? Collaborating with other streamers that are bigger than me, that are outside of this space, maybe some YouTubers, looking into other ways of growth or other kinds of content that could be either financially viable or are good for bringing people in the door, stuff that people are interested in watching. And as I try out all of the sharing of podcasts and things that I like, I want to kind of see what you guys respond to and make some decisions based on that. So that's the next like 2 months summarized basically. All right, Book, I'm gonna DM you later about stuff in book club maybe. Yeah, I look forward to it. If we could have another book club, that would be cool. I just can't be the one to run it, you know? Oh wait, this is live. There are no timestamps. You are correct. Just got back from watching your Destiny convo. Where do you think he got the idea that you're playing a game / lying about your opinions? Oh boy.
Prefer really not to speak. If I speak, I am in big trouble. In big trouble, and I don't want to be in big trouble.
I could speculate on that, but I would prefer not to. I think it's more trouble than it's worth to respond to, unfortunately. I'm sorry, Alex. But again, as part of this arc moving forward, I want to be careful about what I respond to and how I respond to it. If I don't have solid, like, knowledgeable answers on something, probably should avoid talking about it. Chat was definitely cringe with the weasel pointing, but it did look pretty cringe from Chad's perspective that you seem to walk from who? Who's Chad? From Chad's perspective, maybe Destiny? From Destiny's perspective, you seem to be walking back so hard. Yeah, I mean, like, from the DGG perspective, walkbacks in general are frowned upon. It's actually something that we encourage here. Although, when it becomes a pattern, it's a problem, right? Like with Noah Samson and stuff. So, yeah, I get you. I still love you, though, Domi. Thank you, Stringy. I'm happy to hear it. Recently, Supreme was on Stardust stream and Discord with Mindwaves and was super edgy right after Destiny ban. It was a great convo. That sounds cool. Let's see. Booksmart's furry content when? Probably never. You guys wouldn't enjoy it. What are your top 3 most boring takes? Nope, I'm not giving them. Have you seen Bowblacks v Mr. Girl? Hell no. Don't worry, I'll go full Big Merle and raid you out if you get frustrated. I don't think you have that power, Velas. Whatever happened to the cat ears you were supposed to wear? They're sitting in a storage unit now. I moved out of the office and moved everything out of there. Why respect people who complain about timestamps? They are VO Megalol D watchers. Well, he's here now. He's live. He just doesn't know it. I think Book is going to get canceled. Maybe, bro. Book already survived a few cancellations. He's like Jesus, kind of, bro. You just wait him out and keep doing your content. Is this the Booksmart's Fortress arc? No, this is the wall building arc. Okay, what you know what? as just like the Chinese, we've had to deal with the Mongolians for a long time, okay? With the traveling peoples, you could call them. We had them come across the border, fuck with us, whatever. And, it's time to build a wall. And we're going to start building that wall. Now, we're still going to have to deal with the Mongolians, right, for a little while, but we're definitely working on building the wall, bro. Not going to lie. It's harder to get new viewers without being a reply guy, though. Hassan got big by attacking other communities. Vosh, too. It's like, yeah, so that's in this space. Here's the thing, dude. It's not the only way. What is this? And there's other people to be critical of. There's other communities to be critical of. There's other places to make friendships and stuff with, too. There's lots of 1,000 viewer plus Andys out there to talk to or to hang out with or to get to know or to, entwine yourself in the community of. It doesn't need to all be Steven or Vosh or Hassan or politics Twitch. You know what I mean? Like I watch a lot of art streams. There's a lot of art streams out there. There are a lot of video game streamers that I like that have nothing to do with any of this, so there are a lot of YouTubers I like that have nothing to do with any of this. So lots of different options. We're not as stuck as I think we might think we are. The only problem really is not being confident in being financially stable by not doing debate review content and being worried about the immediate loss of viewership as we move to other stuff. However, if I can stay financially stable, it doesn't matter if we only have 100 viewers. If I can stay financially stable, it doesn't matter if, a lot of other things don't matter, but the financially stable thing is important. And it's very scary. You're gambling your whole job and maybe the whole brand that your job is built on by doing this. And I don't have a readily available plan B. So, that's kind of the scary thing. Otherwise I would have done it. Otherwise I would just go cold turkey. Right. So that's just not where we're at. Thanks for streaming, but yeah, no problem, Paragon. Which clubs are the premium invitation only clubs? None of them are. Let's see here. Is he in Denmark? No, but I will be next week. Host Melina, host Destiny. Yeah, I'll be in Denmark next week. Jesus Christ, so many spam things on YouTube. What are you talking about here, Stringy? Because he very obviously was lol, which is understandable. Why not just own it? I don't know if this is at me or somebody else. So it looks like for sure there is a demand for an art text channel for people to share their own art. As I already said, DMs and names. It's because Book really seems like he wants to say inflammatory things and get in jabs, but then just say it's a misunderstanding and it's constant. No, I don't think that's it at all. I don't think that's it. I'm okay with being inflammatory around points that I actually believe in, but saying something like he hasn't had good content in 2 years, I obviously don't mean that. That's not the thing that I like. Like if I could go back, I'm not saying that. But if I did something like when I did that impersonation about the vase being broken and Steven blaming it on everybody else with that funny voice, no, I would defend that with him. And there are plenty of other things that I have defended with Steven about his content and stuff, right? Like the whole beginning rhetoric arc with him was like that. Like, and I was inflammatory about it. It's just about being inflammatory about things where like you could back that up, where you're willing to persist in the belief and argue it out and stuff. But this other stuff that's like throwaway shit that's obviously I don't believe, that is obviously hyperbolic past the point of defense is not good, right? And that's the problem. And sure, it could be constant, but I think what you'll find, again, and I keep appealing to this, is it's not proportional to all of the content that we make about Steven, but it will be what's clipped, and that's why the change will be made. But I'm under no illusion that it is representative of our content about Steven. I think there's other things that are bad about the content that we do about Steven. For instance, like a lot of the time, feeling the need to defend the person that he's speaking to much more than we're spending on like highlighting his positives or something like that, right? Like I think there is an imbalance in how he is covered, and that is at some levels a conscious choice and at some levels an unconscious choice, and that's something I want to address. But, you know, the way all these puzzle pieces fit together is not always how you guys are portraying it in the chat. But nevertheless, there are changes being made to address exactly what you may think is problematic. So, you know, I don't think there should be too much of a problem there. Do you have an idea, client profile, of the types of viewers you want to attract? No, not really. Just of all sorts. Honestly, people that like engaging with the community, I guess, if I had to pick a single thing. I like people who chat. I like people that comment on the YouTube videos. I like people who go in the Discord and talk with other people. I like folks that give me suggestions, you know, depending on what I'm doing, or give me advice. And I like people who call me out when something's not going right on the channel in a way that is formulated for me, in a way that shows an understanding for what I'm talking about, in a way that pays some mind to what I'm saying, and is delivered in a way that is palatable to me. That's another huge thing that not a lot of people can do, right? And that I see when I go on the Reddit and I can see somebody who clearly watched my content, or I see on the Discord when people are like, I understand Booksmart's perspective with A, B, and C, but when Steven says X, I think that really defeats A, and blah, 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 blah. You know, like, just show an understanding of what I'm talking about, then get me on the hook for the thing that you think is wrong and hold me accountable. Because I do appreciate that as well. Just farm outrage and then walk it back, double dip, but that's not what's going on. But are you the same person that said the other thing, bro? Thank you for, oh wow, Anonymous gifting a sub to Libro Inteligente, which Libro is, of course, book, and Inteligente is, of course, intelligence, or it could be maybe translated as smart, so book smarts. I was writing, thank you, Anon. I was writing in the fucking hosted chat. All my banger memes are lost. Yep, nope. No moderation in the YouTube chat. I am the moderation in the YouTube chat. And I just ban people straight up, because we either time out for 5 minutes or I ban them, and I certainly do ban them. I am a Mongoloid. Yeah, we are a Mongoloid, bro. Matter of fact. So I'll be honest with you, Rustic. Let me check some things on you, Mr. Rustic. Let me check some things on you here. What is going on with you, buddy? We're getting a gazillion ads to you every time I read what you're saying. You've got this kind of like real negative thing going on. I'm not really sure what's up with it, bro. You know what I think you should do, Rustic? I think you should go on the Discord and you should go into drama and bait some people into going into discussion with you, and go discuss it with people. Because you're not going to get the fight from me. And there are rules about having extended back and forths between people in the Twitch and the YouTube chat. So let's try to remember that. I think you might have a lot more fun going in the Discord and arguing with people than you will here. The facial hair looks good on Book. I don't like it. I hope I can shave soon. How come Book does not do streams in Spanish and corner the Spanish market? My Spanish is nowhere near good enough to do that. I could try, but no. Booksmarts just has the balls to correct his takes, or explaining them, or even walking them back if he thought about it and came to a different conclusion. Most people in this space never admit fault at all because it makes you appear weak and attackable. It's honestly good that Books does it, IMHO. Yeah, like, I think what is okay to have a problem with me is that the statements are said with any frequency at all that I have to walk back. But if you're really shitting on me for walking them back, you have to paint a bigger narrative. You have to paint that I am like intentionally doing it to farm clout in a very unsuccessful way that is not working in my favor at all. So that argument is going to fall apart for you. Another option you could have is that I secretly hate Steven, but then when you look at the bulk of my content, you realize that if I hated Steven, he would be covered very differently on the channel. And any interview you would do with anybody who's spoken to me in private would reveal that that's not how I feel about Steven. I like Steven. I respect Steven a lot. both as a debater and as a streamer. So, like, I just think you lose at a lot of levels with those kinds of arguments. And I think at the end of the day, like, I don't know. I think there's a separate frustration people have that they don't know how to vent properly about watching somebody walk something back that they thought was inflammatory. And it's in part that they're upset with like the initial thing that was said. And it's in part that they're upset maybe that it's not the first time that it's happened, but like, honest to God, dude, if I strapped a fucking microphone to you and I followed you around all day and you had to put out as much content as I do about all this stuff, and it's your job and you're all worked up about it and you have a chat full of, like all this ends up being different. What's funny is this is something that, Steven told me when I first made my rhetorical critiques of him in the beginning, that I'm naive, that I don't understand what streaming is like and whatever. Yet, here we are. And we're seeing the same thing from chatters right now. I don't know. So it's just farming clout. What are you talking about? When did anybody ever say this? I think you were talking shit, but at the same time, it's not really a big issue. If you like what Steven says on Twitter, there's something wrong. Oh, Jesus. I do see it from Steven's side. It's not drama worth the time, really, though. Sure. I think it's worth me addressing because I fucked up, which is what makes it seem not when you continue to act like, but we're not continuing this, bruh. I don't understand. So what I'm gonna say is this: we're gonna put shenanigans on Rustic here.
I swear to God, I'll pistol whip the next guy that says shenanigans.
If you keep adding people and trying to argue with people, I'm going to time you out, and I'm gonna time you out not because I don't want to hear it from you or I don't think you should be able to say this stuff. It's just like, what you're doing is A, against the rules of the chat, just like Steven violating TOS. B, I think that you should just do it in the Discord. Ask any of these people. I'm sure somebody will go into the Discord with you, into one of the discussion rooms, and continue arguing with you. You could even take it into gunslinging, have an unlimited character count, and fight with people about it. I may even be interested enough to go in there and look at what you're arguing about and consider it. It's just like, A, it's not the forum for you. Disagree, so time me out. Now you're being a little bit of I know you just said that it's not because I disagree, but it's because I disagree. I don't know, bro. I've already told you. So you're breaking the rules of the chat. There's not supposed to be these extended back and forths with people. You clearly want to argue with somebody. Go argue where you're meant to argue. We have a place for it, I don't have enough people in my chat to where it's scrolling all the time and I don't read it, and all the messages for me are highlighted. Like, I have to read everything that's in here. I took him out. Well, that's not by my hand, dude. You're sort of out of focus. Oh, well, we're about to end the stream anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. It's good to find places to grow. I hope you stay able to argue for compassion. Yeah. And I hope that chatter goes in the Discord and argues with somebody, dude. I feel bad because I know that that's what they're going to think, that it's like, I don't want people disagreeing with me or whatever. We had plenty of people in here today that I handled fine that are disagreeing with me. It's the nature of this dude's messages. 3 ats is a lot. Yeah, it is. When they're a paragraph each and I have to read through all of them, 110%, bruh. And everybody is adding you because you're being intentionally inflammatory, right? Which is something that, like, I'm sitting here like, taking pie on my face about, So I don't know, bro. And you're saying things like, so it's just farming, nobody said anything even close to this, brother. I don't know what's up with you. Losers can go on the Discord. No, if you're gonna argue, just go on the Discord. It's gonna be better, bro. You're gonna have a better time arguing on the Discord. I'm certainly not gonna let you argue on here, bro. Anywho, is this gonna be an epic stream? No, it's already done, Jay. It's already done. It was an epic stream. The time has passed. Debate time? Yeah, go follow that chatter into debate. Maybe they'll be on the Discord and you guys can talk with them. Anywho, I'm gonna find somebody to raid. Wow, 4 hours. I certainly didn't intend for this to be so big. Wait, what? Wait, Has anybody seen this? Hold on. Make sure that this is a-okay. Boop, boop, boop. Not this. Has anybody seen this? Views is going away on April 14th. That's tomorrow, 2022. Oh, I thought that was viewers. Okay. How interesting. It says that we want to make sure the stats you see are an accurate representation of your live audience and engaged community. This stat, as it exists today, doesn't meet this standard. Weird. I've never seen this. Anywho, sorry, I'm distracted. Let me go on Twitch and find where we're going for today. Wait, what? You want me at 10? Wait, what are you talking about? Who is this? What are you guys talking about in chat? Okay, so we have two options here. I want you to decide carefully. I almost don't want to give you this option. We could raid into Bryson Scott, which is a dude who does like pinup pictures of his cute webcomic character. Or we go to Irrelevant. Now, I'm sure you're going to pick Irrelevant. I'm sure you would very much so like to go see Irrelevant. But really, do you want to go see an art channel that's like drawing like cute women and stuff? Because the options there, if I see an overwhelming number of people in the chat, you know, but I'm pretty sure most of you want to go see Rally. So we'll probably just do Rally. It's an alt of a funny schizo poster. He's okay. Okay. I don't exist. What are you saying? I'm sure Infrared is awake. No, he's not online. Drats. Oh, whoops. Sorry. I'm hiding what I actually believe about streamers. That's one that I think we're okay with demonstrating how we feel about him. Art is too progressive. Okay. Then we'll go to Rally then. /raid relevant. All right, we're gonna go hang out with Irrelevant. Have a good night, everybody. I hope this addressed some of your concerns. If it didn't, oh well, goodbye. Let's pile in. Be aware that the Irrelevant channel is intended for mature audiences only. So yeah, if you're immature, you might have a good time on Rally. He's for mature people only. Have a good day, everybody. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out. I don't exist. Gotcha. Note taken. Twitch account 1986. A book is cool. Cool. As long as you think I'm cool, bro. Buy book R word. Nice getting that in there right at the end. All right. Goodbye. And for the rest of you on the YouTube, thank you for hanging out. I do appreciate you guys. If you want to leave a comment, that is super duper cool. If you are a V Omega Lol D loser and you have made it all the way to the end of this video, I think you owe me a comment. That's a lot of content. That's 4 hours of content you just got that presumably you sat through the whole thing of. So all I'm saying, comment. What are you thinking? What are you feeling? Let me know. Comments down below. And I will talk to the rest of you later. Goodbye. More YouTube videos in the works, so look out for that, V Omega Lol D losers. Bye. Hey, Book, Dolly Bunner here. Love your face. Okay, thank you. YouTube chat is better. Hey, you know what? No,
Preferably not to speak. If I speak, I am in big trouble. In big trouble, and I don't want to be in big trouble.
Is the Gnome Smarts Alliance burn? No, it is not. Actually, you know what I think we'll do from now on that we used to do? When we raid over the Twitch chat, I think I'm going to start doing a YouTube-only chat. We'll do it for like 5 minutes every single time, 5 or 10 minutes every single time. We'll go back to that. That was fun. I kind of like having my YouTube-only chat and you know, hanging out with you guys for a little bit. You know, there is no favoritism. However, YouTube chat will be the only one that gets that because of how the rating functionality works on Twitch, you know? Anywho, goodbye, everybody. Have a good one.